1, 2. Good morning all. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. It's 29 minutes past 9. Please make sure your devices don't disturb the proceedings. Switch them off, put them on silent. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Hillo.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chair.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair, morning, Commissioners. We continue with the Port Shepstone stream, drug bust stream today, and we present today the testimony of Colonel Gavin Jacob. If I could request that he be sworn in. Chair.
May I ask your assistant to please approach us? Please. Yes, Ms. Hillo.
Thank you, Chair. I confirm for the record that we are leaving the testimony of Colonel Gavin Jacob this morning, and I requested that he may please be sworn in.
Thank you. Please state your full names for the record.
It's Gavin Houston Jacob, Chair.
Thank you. Will you be swearing or affirming?
He is swearing, Chair.
Swearing. Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, Colonel.
Good morning,
Colonel,
Commissioner.
you should have around you a number of files. I'll try and guide you to each file as and when we need to get to that file. For the moment, we need to locate your statement, and that will be, Commissioners, in the consolidated statement bundle at tab 3.
Are you there, Colonel?
Yes, I'm ready,
Thank
Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel, do you confirm that you have deposed to a statement for the purposes of the commission?
I do confirm.
I have referred you to a specific document in the statement bundle. Do you confirm that that is the statement that you deposed to?
I confirm, Commissioner.
Please turn to page 24, page 20.
Not
Page 14 of that statement. There is an annexure there. There is a signature there next to your name. Do you confirm that's your signature?
I do confirm, Commissioner.
One thing I note about this statement, Colonel, is undated. Would you be happy that we give it today's date for record purposes?
I'm okay with that, Commissioner.
Thank
Yes.
you. Do you swear that the contents of this statement are true and correct?
I do.
And do you, as you said there, do you stand by the contents of the statement?
I do.
As I discussed with you earlier about the process and approach we adopt, the commissioners would give you an opportunity to speak to your statement and highlight those aspects that you think are important, or particularly important. I take the whole of it is important, with as little interruption from my side, mainly, and from their side as well, while you work your way through the statement. There will, however, be times when some clarification is required, and that those issues will be posed to you. However, at this juncture, there will not be any interrogation of your statement as it stands. That will take place after you have had your opportunity to state your full case. Do you understand?
I understand.
So, on that basis, then, can I invite us to go to the statement, and we deal with it in the terms that I've explained. If you could turn to page 1 of your statement. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Please do not read your personal number. Thank you.
And any other personal details that may be in the, in the statement. From paragraph 1 to paragraph 8, you give a brief background, your professional background. If you could just quickly work through that.
Okay.
You may, where you deem it necessary, choose to read from the statement, or where you are able to, you may speak in general to what is in particular paragraphs of the statement. Is that acceptable to you?
It is, Commissioner.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'll read from paragraph 1. I'm a colonel in the South African Police with Purcell. I am attached to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. I'm the unit commander of the Durban Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit. I completed a Bachelor of Science degree majoring in chemistry and biochemistry from the University of Durban, Westville in 1998. I joined the South African Police in January 2001. I was appointed at the rank of sergeant as a forensic analyst at the ballistic unit of the Forensic Science Laboratory. In April 2002, I joined the Directorate of Special Operations, commonly known as the Scorpions. I was based in Silverton as a special investigator at the Crime Information Collection Unit. In November 2004, I was transferred to the DSO Durban, where I was placed within the narcotics section. I worked on drug-related projects. In July 2009, the DSO was dissolved and we were merged with the SAPS. I joined the DPCI Durban Organized Crime Unit, which later became known as the Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit. I was attached to the South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau. I was appointed at the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. From 2018 to 2019, I was placed at the DPCI Durban Serious Commercial Crime Unit, attached to the Counterfeit Goods Section. In 2020, I was placed back at the DPCI Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit, and I acted as both SANEB and Economic Protected Resources Section Commander.
Please read paragraph 9 as well.
In February 2022, I was promoted to the rank of Colonel and appointed as the unit commander of the Durban Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit. The unit comprises a National Priority Violent Crime Section, I've got in brackets NPVC, SANEB, and EPR groups.
Let me just say the date, or rather the period was February 2022. I'm saying that because you and Ms. Silo spoke at the same time, so that may have been missed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Colonel. Before then we move on, I just seek clarity, and it's because this seems to be the unit where you spend the most time, SANEB, the South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau. Can you briefly inform us what the primary duties are and what your functions over the period have been within that unit? Thank you.
Okay, I was initially a second in command to a full colonel, Colonel A.K. Hussein. And when he went out the police, I took over the narcotics group. But basically, our investigations revolved around drug projects, identifying drug syndicates, drafting a project on how to address them, dismantling of clandestine laboratories, harbor interdictions, seizures, undercover operations, all major or high-level drug-related investigations were conducted by the SANEP Group.
And you personally were involved in those functions?
That is correct.
Thank you. You may then take your statement from paragraph 10 at page 2.
Okay. I have coordinated drug operations, managed drug projects, dismantled clandestine laboratories, and been involved in several drug seizures at the port and container depots. Prior to the drug seizure on 22nd June 2021, I had not conducted a larger seizure. Okay.
May I continue?
Okay. On 22nd June 2021, I received information from Captain Duma of Crime Intelligence regarding cocaine in a certain container. He called me just after 7 a.m. on the said morning regarding the information. Captain Duma also called Warrant Officer Mpangase regarding the same information. I called Mpangase after the call from Captain Duma. He indicated that he would brief the brigadier accordingly. I think I missed a sentence, Commissioner. I'm just going to say that here I informed Warrant Officer Mpangase that although I was on vacation leave, I was going to book on duty to conduct this operation or attend to this information. Right? So I see I missed that out.
So, sorry, can you say that? Which sentence do you say you missed?
Okay, I called Mpangase after the call from Captain Duma.
Yes.
He indicated that he would brief the brigadier accordingly. I think there's a bit of a miss in between. It doesn't really make sense. So I'm saying when I spoke to Mpangase, I informed him that I would be attending to this operation, meaning we would operationalize it.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
And what exactly was he to brief the brigadier on? Was it the fact that even though you were on leave, you were going to be part of the operation, or what exactly was the briefing?
It was twofold, Chair. It was with regards to me booking on duty, as well as to brief the brigadier on the nature of the information. Thank you.
And the brigadier, morning, and the brigadier referred to here is who?
My apologies. It's Brigadier C.M. Newswa.
Thank you. Yes,
And,
yes.
and is he your immediate superior?
He's the provincial commander. He was not my immediate commander at that stage. He was one above the immediate commander. He was an acting unit commander. At that stage, when I look at my diary, it was a Colonel Dlomo that was the acting unit commander.
Thank you.
And on that score, you say it's Brigadier, what's his Dlomo, his rank?
Colonel
Dlomo. Was that your immediate supervisor?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Kumar?
Just to get the wording correct, in Exhibit File 2 on page 589, the sentence you want us to be included to your statement.
So Exhibit File 2.
It's Exhibit File 2
Yes.
on page 589.
Okay.
Page 5.
589. In paragraph 3, the highlighted portion, is that the part that you want us to include in your statement to the Commission?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just to point out that the paragraph you just dealt with, paragraph 11, right through for the next 5 pages, you are now actually dealing with the actual, the incident of the 22nd of June 2021.
That is correct.
And your paragraph 11 reflects how you were informed and then you became involved.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And you, you'll take that over to quite a number of paragraphs. Do you prefer to read into the record what you've set out therein, at least up to paragraph 32, or are you happy to just speak to that detail?
I wouldn't want to miss something out, so I'm quite a proficient reader. I'm going to try and read this as quick as I can.
Okay.
if you bear
Let's
with me.
try that then.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks.
Maybe before you do that, Colonel, at the end of paragraph 10, you say, before 22 June 21 operation, I had not conducted a larger seizure.
Yes.
You say that. And then when you were discussing paragraph 8, explaining SANEB, you said it is responsible or involved in all major drug operations.
That is correct.
What is defined as major drug operations?
Okay. To clarify, Commissioner, when I say I had not conducted a larger, let me see, that was
That's at paragraph 10? At the
paragraph
end of
10, yes.
Yeah.
When I say I had not conducted a larger seizure, I'm talking about a container interdiction where drugs were seized from a container or from the port or from a depot. Yes.
So it's not so much the quantity?
And not the quantity, it's the seizure, the type of seizure that we had done. I have done clan labs and the like,
Okay.
but this was the largest seizure of cocaine per se that I had done.
Okay. And then back to my question about paragraph 8, where you were explaining SANEB
Yes.
as being responsible, I don't remember the exact word you used, but for major drug
Yes.
operations. And my question about it is, what is considered to be major drug operations?
Okay. When it comes to our mandate, we try to focus on what we call a criminal value chain and levels 3, 4, and 5. That meaning we're looking at your wholesalers, your financiers, your distributors, your international drug traffickers. So we try to focus on those involved in the drug industry that are quite prominent and those that would make an impact if we had to address them successfully.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Colonel, we may proceed. Then we are then at your paragraph 12 at page 2.
12. On the said morning, I was fetched from my residence by warrant officers Pangase and Sibia, also of the Durban Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit. The information was that there was a container in Isipingo with suspected cocaine inside. We met with Captain Duma in the Isipingo area. He informed us that there were alleged to be 27 pieces or units of cocaine in a container number BEAU 59555535, which was stored at the CHC container depot in Isipingo. We proceeded to the depot and spoke to the warehouse manager. Captain Duma had pre-arranged with the warehouse that the said container was to be inspected. The container in question was stacked high up and between other containers. After moving containers around to accommodate the container in question, it was placed for inspection. We had acquired the shipping documentation, in brackets I've got SAD 500, packing list, etc., from the warehouse manager. When the container was placed, I noticed the original seal in place as per the documentation furnished. I immediately suspected this to be a rip-on, rip-off load. This is a modus operandi whereby the drugs are loaded at the port of origin in a legitimate container. In essence, these drugs piggyback on this legitimate cargo and are usually found in canvas bags placed at the entrance of the container. The purpose of this is to ensure easy retrieval once the container is opened. This usually occurs at the port with the assistance of port staff and possibly customs or police officials. The seal is cut, bags removed, and the container is resealed. Sometimes a duplicate seal is used when resealing the container, or a new seal is used. The consignee is none the wiser, as their commodity or goods are not affected. Investigations of this nature is difficult to link to a suspect. I am not aware of any arrests pertaining to a rip-on, rip-off case in KZN or within South Africa. In the absence of credible intelligence, arrests are non-existent. I can also state that from all the rip-on, rip-off matters that we have dealt with, we have not received any DNA or fingerprints results back from the LCRC. Warrant officers.
Sorry, what's the difference between a duplicate seal and a new seal?
Okay.
Because if what they use is no longer the seal that they broke,
Yes.
I would have considered whatever they now use to be a duplicate seal.
Okay. Just for clarification, Chair, you can get a duplicate seal that has the exact serial number of the original seal, or they could just put another seal that doesn't even have the same serial number, and the consignee is not that bothered because their commodity is still intact. When they get it, if they ordered, I'm just using an example, 50 bags of rice, and they've got 50 bags of rice there, it's not going to be that much of a red flag that they're going to complain, why is the seal not the same as our shipping documentation?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Colonel, you may proceed.
Okay. Warrant Officer Sbia and I took photos as the container was placed for inspection. The original seal of the container highlighting the seal number as well as the cutting open of the seal. Upon opening the container, it was noted that there were numerous black canvas bags placed on top of 50-kilogram bags of animal feed. In brackets, I've got legitimate cargo as per the packing list. We kept the civilians at the warehouse at bay so as they could not interfere with the offloading or the container itself. Upon inspection of one of those bags, we noticed it to contain suspected 1-kilogram bricks of cocaine. They were wrapped in yellow wrapping with Jaguar written on it and black and white wrapping with TikTok written on it. There were other border police, cargo operations, team unit, I think I've made a miss or a typo, right? It's cargo operations inspection team, uniformed members at the depot that were inspecting other containers. I enlisted their assistance to offload these bags along with my members. We counted 27 such bags with warehouse staff. The container was locked with a new seal. We did not have adequate exhibit bags for this quantity of drugs. Upon offloading these bags, I noticed that the area that we were working in was congested. I looked at the area around the container and I realized that unpacking the bricks of cocaine would cover a surface area greater than the area available. I also noted that the depot was busy with machinery traversing our immediate vicinity. Umlazi is 11 kilometers away from the depot, which I saw as a risk, and we were working in an uncovered area of the depot.
Before you proceed to 20, you know that Umlazi is 11 kilometers from the depot,
Yes.
and you saw that as a risk. Why?
Umlazi is a volatile area. We know that we've got serious criminals, cash in transit, robbers. We know we've got also major players in the drug industry that reside there. It's known for not being that much of a safe place, a high-risk area.
So, and it's the proximity of the depot to Umlazi that creates a risk.
That is correct.
Thank
It was
you.
11 kilometers away, Commissioner.
Please continue. Thank you.
These canvas bags were then loaded into a marked vehicle utilized by the border police members. My main priority was to safeguard these exhibits valued at approximately 200 million. I knew that Isipingo would have exhibit bags, Isipingo SAP would have exhibit bags, and would also provide a more secure environment to work with these exhibits. The container was locked and available for us to further inspect at a later stage. I took the decision not to cordon off and close the depot. I did not want to prejudice the company by closing them down for the rest of the day, as they were not suspects in this matter. We had acquired photos of the chain of events leading up to the discovery of the drugs. I knew that the chain of custody of exhibits would be accounted up until these exhibits reached Isipingo SAP.
If I may just get clarity there. You say you took the decision not to cordon off and close the depot. Would I be correct to conclude that you took that decision as what, the crime scene commander, as the
Yes,
most senior person? Are you responsible for the scene? On what basis did you take that decision?
As the senior officer on the scene, Commissioner, any of these executive or decisions that are made with regards to a crime scene and the handling thereof would have fell squarely on my shoulders.
Okay. Thank you. You may continue.
Okay, was I paragraph 22? Okay. In a CIT scene, evidence uplifted from the crime scene, irrespective of where the crime scene is crucial. DNA, fingerprints, positioning of cartridge cases, trajectory of bullets, crime scene photos, etc. are all critical in proving your case. Here, crime scene management is paramount. Had the CHC depot been a crime scene that warranted cordoning off or retrieving evidence from it, I would have done so immediately. I, along with the two DPCI members, followed the marked police vehicle whose occupants were Sergeant Simkize and Governor from Border Police. We did not lose sight of them the entire way until reaching Isipingo SAP. I must add that Isipingo SAP is 4 kilometers away from the CHC depot. Upon arrival at the station, I called Brigadier Newswa to inform him of the seizure. The members started to offload the bags, and I went to call the SAP 13 clerk, Warrant Officer Perumal. He came to the parking area and viewed proceedings. When asked for exhibit bags, he indicated that they did not have any of the required size. I then realized that it was futile to call out LCRC when we did not have the required exhibit bags. My members had a few of the bags of the required specifications, but not enough for this magnitude. We proceeded with the count of bricks of cocaine with the border police members. Pangase was noting down the count as we progressed and assisting with counting also. Sibia and I took photos of this process. The number of 1 kilogram bricks amounted to 541. The border police members then left to attend to other duties. Pangase entered the exhibits into SAP 13, into the Isipingo SAP 13, and I booked them out. Booked them out. Isipingo SAP 13 373 2021 refers. Warrant Officer Perumal signed to confirm the same. I did not view the SAP 13 entry at the time. I can admit that column 3.1 was poorly completed, more especially since there were no exhibit bags. A more detailed description of the different colors, the branding, and number of said bricks should have been noted in column 3.1.
Colonel, how did you determine that it was 1 kg bricks? Did you weigh them, or is that based on your experience?
Commissioner, we did not weigh them based on my experience.
So, for all we know, it could have been 800 grams.
You are correct.
It could have been 900 grams, but based on your experience and the look of it, you assume that it's 1 kg bricks.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay.
Colonel, before you go any further, just to perhaps point out to you that what is being made publicly available is a redacted version of your statement, so we don't call out case numbers and such details. So when you come across them in your original statement, please try and skip that number.
Noted,
Thank you.
Commissioners. Yes. May I proceed?
Absolutely, you may.
Okay.
Thank you.
What I can say with certainty, paragraph 27. I stated in a previous statement in this matter that I knew Isipingo did not store exhibits and that we had problems with them previously. My members on the scene have since reminded me that Warrant Officer Perumal explicitly refused to keep the exhibits on the day and that I should have been aware of the same. I hope to explain the reason for this discrepancy/confusion in due course. What I can say with certainty is that Isipingo SAP would not store these exhibits. I called the FSL whilst at the station, not only to attend the scene, but to ask if they had storage space for the drugs. This would have alleviated the burden on us to find a place to store them, as they could attend to the analysis and eventual destruction of the same. They indicated that they did not have space. I knew that the two police stations that normally assisted with storage, namely Durban Central SAP and Brighton Beach SAP, still had exhibits from our drug seizures conducted in February 2020 and September 2020, respectively. I was inundated with calls from these stations requesting us to dispose of these exhibits. The exhibits stored at Brighton Beach SAP were amongst those seized in a drug operation in the Mhlali policing precinct in September 2020. The FSL attended that scene and took samples of a precursor chemical called anthranilic acid. The rest of these 50-kilogram bags were stored at Brighton Beach SAP. Paragraph 30. I then called Brigadier Newswa and told him that I had exhausted all avenues and that he should secure a storage location for the drugs. After a while, he called me back saying that he had discussed with General Senona and that the exhibits should be stored at Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Unit. I did not know that Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit had kept exhibits. He further arranged a team to conduct the armed escort to the exhibits to Port Shepstone. I briefed Pangase on the instruction from the Brigadier. After a while, we were met by members of our National Priority Violent Crime Section as well as the tracking team comprising public order policing members. I handed the scene over to Warrant Officer Pangase, who was the investigating officer of the matter. I did not go to Port Shepstone and I was dropped off at my residence to resume my vacation leave. I did not give any further instructions to Pangase as he was a seasoned detective in this environment. The following day, when I contacted Pangase and learned that exhibits were only being sealed in bags then, I reminded him that they should be entered into the SAP-13 immediately to ensure there were no queries raised. Another reason for sealing them in exhibit bags is due to the fact that the FSL requires exhibits for analysis to be sealed in bags. It would have been prudent to photograph the process of sealing the bricks in exhibit bags.
Before you move to the next paragraph, am I correct in my understanding of your paragraph 32 that after they were dropped off at Port Shepstone offices, they spent the night not being in exhibit bags? Is that a correct understanding?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I also just follow up on that, that in that period, that overnight period, there was therefore no record of what exactly, and I'm speaking specifically about quantities and the content thereof. There was no record of what's there, what has been left at Port Shepstone.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Please proceed, Colonel.
Since the FSL had no space for us to forward all of the exhibits, the next logical step to take was to forward samples to confirm indeed if what we had was cocaine. I called Colonel Kuzwayo, who is the head of chemistry at the FSL in Amanzimtoti, and sought guidance in this regard. I cannot recall exactly what her instructions were, but it involved taking samples from a few bricks and placing a minute amount of powder into a small exhibit bag meant to accommodate these samples. This would then be conveyed to the FSL for analysis. There is no training or specialized skill involved in doing this. The samples are merely forwarded to the FSL by the member for chemical analysis by an analyst at the chemistry section. This is accepted at the FSL in order to conduct chemical analysis. Pangase took these samples for forwarding to the FSL on my instruction on the 23rd of June 2021. He, however, only entered these exhibits into the Port Shepstone SAP-13 the following day, on the 24th of June 2021. I am not sure why this was done or this was not done the same day. Port Shepstone SAP-13, and I'm going to leave that out, something 2021 refers. Paragraph 35, on my return to work, I took over the investigation on the 29th of June 2021. Pangase had made it known that he was leaving the SAPS, hence all his dockets and inquiries were reallocated to others. On the 1st of July 2021, I proceeded to the CHC depot with Pangase and Sibia. I had arranged that the clearing agent, in brackets mega freight, send a representative to unpack the container, and we conducted a count of the 50-kilogram bags of animal feed. They amounted to 5,395 bags. which corresponded with the packing list. This further corroborated the rip-on, rip-off methodology. The container was then officially released to the clearing agent. On the same day, I emailed...
My apologies, before you leave that paragraph, you state at 35 that when you returned on the 29th of June, you took over the investigation, and that, is it Warrant Officer Mbangase, what's the rank of? I don't want to get it wrong.
Warrant Officer.
You just call them by name?
Yes,
Warrant Officer. Warrant Officer Mbangase had made it known that he was leaving SAPS.
Yes.
Are you able to recall when he had made that known and how?
Commissioners, I can't recall exactly when, but what I can say for certain is that the member had made it known. Everybody in the office was aware that he was looking to leave, go on early retirement or exit the police months before or months prior to this incident.
Okay. So when you appointed him, or you determined that he was the investigating officer on the 22nd of June in this matter, you were aware that he was leaving the force?
Yes, I was.
And you appointed him?
Yes, I did.
Nonetheless.
Yes.
If I may ask why?
Okay. When you leave the police, it's not an overnight thing, normally. There's an exit interview, it's a few months' notice, that type of thing. Unless in exigent circumstances, you do early resignation, you put in your documents, and the turnaround time's much faster. So I didn't see it as an issue because I would have thought he would have had a few months at least left before he exited the police, and I didn't see it being an issue with him carrying this investigation or investigating this matter. I was of the opinion that he would have finalized, or this investigation would have been concluded by the time he had left the police.
And then just to read your paragraph 35, you took over the investigation on the 29th of June, 2021.
Yes.
So he was an investigating officer for 1 week, technically.
Him, yes,
Him.
yes,
Okay,
Commissioner,
thank
that's
you.
correct.
Just understand, when you go back to the depot on 1 July 2021, what was the point of that? What was the real purpose of it?
Okay. On the day that, on the 22nd of June 2021, when we did remove these bags of suspected cocaine from this container, I merely did a physical inspection by looking through the container. I could see no anomalies. I could see those white bags of what seemed to be 50-kilogram bags of animal feed. Upon taking out these exhibits, we sealed this container. That's the closest thing to a crime scene that we do have. So it was sealed to keep the integrity intact. And obviously, when we didn't do a thorough search of it on the said day, due to the volume of bags, it was 5,395 50-kilogram bags. Hence, it was decided to come back at a later day where we arranged with Mega Freight, the clearing agent, to bring through laborers to assist in this regard.
But when you sealed it and left it there on the day,
Yes.
did you leave instructions with the depot manager that the container is to be left alone?
That is correct, Commissioner, I did.
Okay, thank you.
And before you proceed, based on the response you gave to Commissioner Baloyi, at your paragraph 20, if you could flip back, the last sentence at your paragraph 20, you say the container was locked and available for us to further inspect at a later stage.
Yes, that's correct.
When you say it was locked here, should we read that to be it was locked and sealed?
Sealed, that's
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Yes. Okay.
You are now, I think, at your paragraph 33,
Or is it not 36?
or 36, my apologies.
Okay.
On the same day I emailed, quite
Okay,
correct.
thank you. On the same day, I emailed all the relevant shipping documentation to the DPCI, South African Narcotics Bureau. It's supposed to be South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau head, Brigadier Devon Naika. I am unsure of when, but CBI had handed me the sample that Pangase had obtained. Pangase was not at the office. I am unsure why Pangase had not taken these samples to the FSL sooner.
Colonel, I need you to clarify this so that we don't need to come back to it later.
Yes.
You've deposed to about 5 affidavits in relation to this matter, and you use the term sample and exhibits interchangeably.
Yes.
And we had a debate yesterday with the lawyers and Warrant Officer Setshedi. Let me see if I understand this, and if I'm getting it wrong, please clarify it for me. You take a sample, and FSL wants the samples to be put in an exhibit bag. Am I correct so far?
Yes, Commissioner.
When they go to FSL for analysis, they must be in an exhibit bag, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And because they are in an exhibit bag, whether or not they are samples, you still regard them as exhibits.
A smaller reflection, a smaller quantity, but a true reflection of what the exhibits in totality represent.
But
Yes.
it is still labeled an exhibit.
Yes, I did label it an exhibit, yes.
And that explains why some affidavits say sample, others say exhibit. But
That is-
essentially,
That's what
it
I'm
means.
speaking of, the samples.
And do you know what the quantity was of that sample that was taken to FSL?
I can't state because it was sealed in a bag, but maybe if I can elaborate,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Should I get into the why did I instruct, or should I just
No,
merely, how does it look?
We're not
Okay.
there yet. I
Okay,
just
no, it's
needed
fine.
to know, was it a kilogram?
No,
Was
it was
500
minute
grams?
quantities. Basically, it was minute quantities of powder that were taken from 5 bricks, 5 different bricks of cocaine, suspected cocaine. They were placed in 5 little sample bags, and those 5 smaller sample bags were then sealed in a larger exhibit bag that encompassed these 5, or enclosed these 5 smaller exhibit bags that contained samples from 5 different bricks.
So in total, it was 5 exhibit bags.
5 exhibit bags
Small
contained
ones.
within one
And
larger
then there was
exhibit.
a large
That's
bag.
my understanding, sir, yes.
Thank you.
Perhaps also for my own edification. So when you speak of samples here, you're talking about the minute quantity that you say is scraped off from few bricks in the bag.
Yes, in
So
fact.
it's not the brick itself, so to
It's not a brick itself.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Please continue.
Okay. Paragraph 37. On 5th July 2021, I took these samples to the FSL Amanzimtoti for analysis. It is only when an analysis report is received from the FSL can exhibits be destroyed, more especially for matters under investigation. In matters where investigations are finalized, exhibits may be destroyed or disposed of by the FSL without being analyzed. On the same day, I sent a request to our Priority Crime Management Center, in brackets PCMC, for profiling of the consignee, the transporter, and the clearing and forwarding agent. On 19 July 2021, I sent an email to Advocate Governor of the DPP's office with regards to assistance in this matter. Advocate Ram Kalawan was assigned to the matter. I discussed the matter with her, and she indicated that statements should not be obtained at this stage from any of the entities mentioned above. I was in contact with SARS Customs, and they indicated that the container in question was one of 10 that they had a detention notice on the 23rd of June 2021. They did not share any specific information on why they had flagged this container.
And before you move to the next paragraph, you say at paragraph 39 that Advocate Ram Kalawan advised that statements should not be obtained from any of the entities mentioned above. Which entities are this for precision?
Okay, you're seeking clarity there, Commissioner?
Yes, you say from the entities mentioned above, so I just want to know.
Yes, at that stage, according to her or the DPP's office, we should view them as suspects until we can with certainty say that they are not. So at that stage, she thought it was premature to obtain statements from these entities.
And when you say from any of the entities mentioned above, are you talking about the transporter and clearing company and the forwarding agent? Are those the entities, or are there any other?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks, you may proceed.
Okay, paragraph 40.
Before you go to 40, at 39, you say I was in contact with customs, and they indicated the question was that in question, the container in question was one of 10 that they had a detention notice on for 23 June 2021. You don't say when did you make this contact. You just say I was in contact with SARS. When did you make this contact?
May I look at one of my files? Thank you,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Is it something that we have in the exhibit files that might help if you
Yes, it
describe?
would be in my investigation diary
Yes.
for the said inquiry, 28.
Okay, then we will have to go to the exhibit file.
You don't have to do that now. We can come back to it
Okay.
once they have assisted you to locate it.
Yes.
But a related question is, why are you in contact with SARS?
Why am I contacting them, Commissioner?
Yes.
Once I had learned, when I did look at the actual inquiry file, I noted that Warrant Officer Mpangase had filed a detention notice from SARS, from Customs. And I noted that the container of interest, the one that we had searched, was listed amongst the 10 that were cited on this detention notice.
So from the file,
That's
that there
correct.
was a detention notice.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay, paragraph 40. Between late July 2021 and August 2021, I had prepared a PowerPoint presentation on the seizure of cocaine. I'm just going to elaborate, I haven't written it here. On the seizure of cocaine on the 22nd of July 2021, or June 2021, as per General Sanona's instruction. I cannot recall when I had sent it to him. During the course of this investigation, I had obtained and filed 7 statements, together with all relevant shipping documents, email correspondence with the DPP's office, photos of the container and exhibits, as well as numerous other customs and Transnet documents.
Before you leave that paragraph, you say you did this PowerPoint presentation at the instruction of General Sinona. Are you able to recall what specifically the instruction was and what the presentation had to cover?
My memory was jogged, Commissioners, when I looked through the actual inquiry file.
Yes.
I can't recall, since it was a long while back, but I did make a diary entry that the provincial head had requested a presentation on the said seizure, a PowerPoint presentation. And I noted that even on a weekend, I made an entry in my diary that I was working on this PowerPoint presentation. And in my investigation diary pertaining to the said investigation, I don't cite a specific date, but it's between, I would say, July and August 2021 that I had prepared and sent this presentation to General Sanona.
Okay. Now, you haven't availed that actual PowerPoint presentation. Do you still have it? Are you able to make it available to us?
I can check, Commissioners, offhand. I can't say that I have knowledge of where it may be, but I can search or try and find it somewhere.
Would appreciate that. Thank you. You may then move on to your paragraph 41.
Since investigations were amounting to nothing, my only option was to expedite the analysis of the samples forwarded to the FSL. It is only when an analysis report is furnished can the inquiry be finalized and filed as undetected or negative. In some cases, drugs are destroyed or disposed of without an analysis report. During the next few months, I kept in touch with the FSL in Manzimtoti and made calls to the FSL Pretoria in respect of these exhibits. I also made inquiries into the exhibits booked out of Isipingo on the 6th of February 2020. Both laboratories were unable to accommodate these exhibits for either analysis or disposal. Most of our communication with the FSL is telephonic. Sometime in October...
Apologies, Colonel. In the body of your statement, You do indicate who at FSL Amazimdoti you engaged with,
Yes,
and the commissioners had testimony of 3 of these persons yesterday.
yes.
At your 42, you said you also made calls to FSL Pretoria in respect of these exhibits, but nowhere in your statement do you indicate who you spoke to.
Yes.
Are you able to
Yes,
inform us who those were?
yes, Commissioner. It would have been a Colonel Shole from FSL Pretoria.
And what position does he hold and why?
I'm not
talk
sure
to
of
him?
his exact title, but in essence, whenever we have liaisons with the Pretoria FSL, he's our go-to man. He's always assisting and the one trying to accommodate us. So it's
Okay.
Colonel Shole. I'm not sure of his exact designation there.
Is that just the one, just Colonel
Yes,
Shole?
it's only Colonel Shole. Yes.
And just in very brief summary, what was the content of your conversation about these exhibits? Why were you calling him?
Yes. You know, I can't recall every, commissioners, I can't recall every conversation verbatim. But what I can say is that when I did engage with him, I inquired about these exhibits kept in Port Shepstone, as well as the exhibits that were initially kept at Isipingo and now stored at Durban Central, because both of them were, more especially the ones at Durban Central, were causing me a lot of botheration. I've been getting calls, inundated with calls about them, hence my calls to FSL Pretoria.
Okay, now we know that you indicate that as at the 22nd of June, the day of the seizure, FSL Amazimdoti did not have capacity to accommodate them, right?
That is correct.
So you say during the next few months, you kept in touch with FSL Pretoria. Do you recall when it is you started your engagement with FSL Pretoria? Working from the date of the 22nd of June, when you knew that Amazimdoti cannot accommodate?
Yes, I can't recall, commissioners, but what I can say, it would have been at least maybe a month or 3 weeks to a month from the date of seizure.
And if I may ask, why did you wait that long?
Because I was already aware of, we were trying for those exhibits that were laying at Durban Central for already a long time, those that were seized in Isipingo on the 5th of February 2020. So I was aware that even Warrant Officer Sanders was making inquiries in that regard with Colonel Shole at Pretoria. So hence, it took me a longer while, because in my mind I knew obviously they would try to accommodate those exhibits laying at Durban Central first before they could accommodate these that were now seized in June 2021.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed then from your paragraph 43.
Sometime in October 2021, I was contacted by Brigadier Newswa informing me that there was an attempted break-in at the Port Shepstone office and that I should look into expediting investigations and the analysis of exhibits so that exhibits could be disposed of. I had already been trying to get these and other exhibits accommodated at both labs unsuccessfully. I was only able to escalate my challenges to individuals within the FSL that were up to the rank of colonel. On 27th October 2021, I was at the FSL and spoke to Warrant Officer Setshedi. He is an analyst that normally attends our scenes and has the FSL standby cellular phone. I asked him about expediting the samples we had sent for analysis so that we could receive our analysis report. This would, in essence, mean that at least they could be destroyed, since the formality of the analysis report would have been addressed. He explained that they required 7 to 10 bricks of cocaine to weigh so that the analysis report could reference the average weight for the total exhibits. If Colonel Kuzwayo had explained this to me when I had asked her about, asked her about sending through samples, I would have asked the members to do it then. And in brackets, I've got either the 22nd or the 23rd of June. I'm unsure when that call was made. Right?
Noted.
Is this now, Colonel, the difference between the qualitative analysis and the quantitative analysis?
That is correct.
So the quantitative would relate to the average weight of the exhibits.
And qualitative,
And the qualitative would be
actual analysis.
the quality of the substance and the grade.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You may proceed.
On the 4th of November 2021, I called Advocate Ram Kalawan inquiring about the status of the matter. She indicated that her supervisor, Advocate Gavin was to sign off on further investigations/queries and get back to me. I undertook this exercise to expedite investigations and dispose of exhibits as soon as possible.
And before you move on to paragraph 47, you say you called Advocate Kalwan
Kalawan.
to inquire about the status of this matter.
Yes.
What matter is it at this stage?
The investigation, the inquiry that we were looking at, the actual seizure of this cocaine.
And who was responsible for that inquiry at this stage? At this stage, who was responsible for the
I
inquiry?
was the investigating officer. Advocate Ram Kalawan was a prosecutor assigned to the DPP's office.
And I'm trying to understand from your statement, you are inquiring from the prosecutor about the status of this matter.
Yes.
Is it the prosecution?
When I say status, Commissioners, I'm speaking of when you send any investigation, be it a docket or an inquiry to the DPP's office, they normally send you back queries, taskings, further statements to take. They basically guide your investigation in terms of if it were to be prepared for court for a prosecution. So that's what I mean by that.
So I shouldn't understand you to mean when you say you inquired from the advocate, the prosecutor,
Yes.
about the status of this matter, that you're inquiring about the status of the investigation of this.
Yes,
I
yes.
shouldn't understand that. But that you were seeking guidance to assist to proceed the matter or to move the matter forward.
Basically, I was looking to see what else do you want me to do. I have,
Okay.
yes, basically,
That's-
that's it in a nutshell, Commissioner.
Thank you. You may then move to.
Can I just, maybe just to clarify, my understanding from from the evidence of a previous witness is that, there would have been an inquiry in a case like this because you don't have a suspect. The impression I got from that evidence was that is a wholly SAPS function, in this case, your function. So where does Advocate Ramakalan or DPP, whatever official at the DPP, where do they come in if this is a SAPS inquiry?
Okay. There is a directive issued at our office that every cocaine seizure needs to go to the DPP's office for guidance. It's now our standard operating procedure.
Was it applicable at the time
Yes, it was.
of this operation?
Yes, it was.
And then if I may just follow up on that, would you have the name of that SOP off the top of your head? And are you
No.
able to provide, if I may finish, are you able to provide the commission with a copy thereof?
Okay, sorry, maybe I used the wrong, when I say SOP, it was an informal SOP. It's a directive issued from provincial management, and if I'm not mistaken, every unit within KZN, Hawks unit, would comply with that directive. So I can't tell you that I've seen it in writing, but it's an instruction coming from our provincial office.
So
Okay, Mayor.
apologies.
Okay, and also from, like I'll give you an example, Commissioners, the latest we had 32 kilos or 33 kilos that were seized at our harbor. And once again, my unit was investigating the matter. I think on day 2 of this, we got a call from the DPP's office to ask, where is this inquiry? We need copies, we need to give guidance. So it was understood by both parties, not just the DPCI, the DPP's office were also informed that any of these matters that are generated needs to come to them for guidance.
And would I be wrong to assume that this directive is in writing? It's not in writing.
I'm unsure. I received an instruction from Brigadier Newswa regarding the same.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, which paragraph was it?
You had just done 46.
Sorry, can I
Yes,
just carry on just to try and clarify again? So what do you refer to the DPP? And because my understanding, and you know better than I do how things work, my understanding is it the docket ordinarily? A docket is what the DPP would make notes in with instructions, what to do. So in a case such as this, where it's an inquiry, what do you submit in this particular case to the DPP, where the DPP gives you instructions?
Okay. It's either you can submit the physical inquiry. The physical inquiry, Commissioners, it works on the same principle as a docket. It's only that this inquiry is not yet at a stage where you can charge a suspect. An inquiry is just for purposes of you using resources, sending exhibits to the lab, but in essence, it has the same, you compile it in a similar fashion as you would a docket. There's an A clip with your evidence, your statements, anything of evidential value. There's your B clip where all of your correspondence is filed, and there's a C clip, which is your investigation diary, where everything you do on that investigation, you note down in this investigation diary, which is contemporaneous notes. So copies of that, or either the original inquiry, would be handed to them. They would peruse it. Normally, prosecutors make entries in the investigation diary of their taskings to you. The DPP's office, for whatever reason, our DPP's office did not do that regularly. However, they used to, in some occasions, send us an action log or some sort of communication as to what is the way forward in terms of this investigation.
Okay. So if there is an investigation file or an inquiry file,
Yes.
for this operation, we would expect to see notes that indicate this exchange or interaction with the DPP
That
and
would
the
be
instructions that you say the DPP gave.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You may proceed, Colonel.
Okay. My 47. 47. On
Yes,
the same
you should be
day,
47.
I called the acting unit commander at Port Shepstone, Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, and indicated that I wish to come through with Warrant Officer Setshedi of the FSL, who would take 7 to 10 bricks to the FSL for weighing. He indicated that he was going on a wildlife workshop from the 8th to the 12th of November 2021. I told him I would come through when he returned. I received no feedback from Pretoria FSL and was aware that Warrant Officer Sando of my office was also making inquiries to the FSL with regards to the exhibits seized at CHC Depot on the 5th of February 2020. On 8 November 2021, I was called by Brigadier Newswa, who informed me of the theft of drugs incident at Port Shepstone. I was unaware of any of the security issues at the building prior to this. I proceeded with Captain Majola to the scene. General Senona and Brigadier Newswa arrived a short while later. LCRC was in attendance, and Captain Majola and I canvassed the area for CCTV footage. I must add that I bore no knowledge, neither am I involved in the theft of drugs. I was questioned and polygraphed with regards to this incident. I passed the polygraph test, but I understand now it doesn't carry much weight, Commissioners, but in response to the allegation
I'm sorry, it may be of interest to you to know that there were all sorts of problems with the polygraph test.
I've been following.
And some people who supposedly failed the test, in fact, didn't, basically because a lot of things went wrong.
Yes.
So what would your comment be if I say passing the test may not necessarily be proof that you actually passed it? What would your comment be?
I'm aware, Chair, that this is not admissible in court, but generally it's an
That's not my question.
Okay, yes,
My question is about you stating the fact that you passed the test. So I want you to comment.
Okay.
Regard being had to the fact that yesterday we got to know that a lot went wrong with the polygraph test.
Okay. Be that as it may, when I did pass, I felt vindicated. I felt a good sense of relief,
Yes,
So
yes.
I took
No,
that.
how we can't take that away from you. That is how you felt when you got the
Yes.
result. We can't take that.
All right.
But what we make of that is something else altogether.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Paragraph 50. In response to the allegation that Warrant Officer Perumal did not object to storing the exhibits seized on 22nd June 2021, I wish to add that I have submitted further statements to General Flynn's team over the years. I had expressly stated that we had an issue with storage at Isipingo SAP, more especially Warrant Officer Perumal. A statement was obtained by General Flynn's team from Warrant Officer Perumal in respect of availability of storage space and exhibit bags, in brackets I've got on 22nd June 2021. I'm speaking of that incident. A statement was obtained by General Flynn's team from Warrant Officer Perumal in respect of availability of storage space and exhibit bags subsequent to the theft of drugs on 8 November 2021. At no stage was he canvassed regarding the previous problems I had cited with the Isipingo SAP. One would have expected this issue to have been canvassed with him. The previous seizure at the CHC depot on 5th February 2020 involved approximately, I've got it wrong, it's 547, but I put 570, my apologies, right? Involved approximately 570 kilograms of Mandrax tablets and powder. I cite the inquiry number. According to evidence tendered, Isipingo has never had a problem with storing exhibits before. So I allude to...
Do you consider that, I hope it won't sound like I'm probing at this stage.
Clarification, I'll take it, Chair.
Do you consider that to be a useful comparator if you are talking about Mandrax as opposed to cocaine?
I know where you're headed, Chair, and I understand that, yes, in terms of...
At this stage, I will not go to where I'm headed.
But I do appreciate it, but I'm referring to storage space at this stage, storage space for a physical bulk of exhibits, not the hazardous nature.
Thank you.
Of each.
We'll deal with where I'm going later.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Please continue.
Okay. Was I at paragraph 52?
Yes, you were,
Okay.
and you had just, about third line, you had just stated Isipingo had never had a problem
Okay,
with storing
Isipingo had
exhibits.
never had a problem with storing exhibits. See attached affidavit of the IO of Durban Central CAS, I cite the CAS, annexure GYJ1, and it's my colleague, Warrant Officer Sanders' affidavit. And I state, this may have been the reason for my confusion regarding my interaction with Warrant Officer Perumal on the 22nd of June, 2021.
And based on the Chair's reminder, I'm quite mindful that I don't start interrogation, I needed clarification, however. You state, according to the evidence tendered, Isipingo has never had a problem with storing exhibits. That's your main point there, right?
That's correct.
At the conclusion of that paragraph, you state, this may have been the reason for my confusion regarding my interaction. Is there something missing there? I don't understand the interrelation between the 2 points.
All right. I see where the confusion comes from, Commissioners. On the 22nd of June 2021,
Yes.
when I was later interviewed, or even when I made my statement, all I knew in my mind, and bear with me, I know it may sound, as though I'm maybe lying, that's why I'm confused, but this is it. On the 22nd of June 2021, when engaging with Warrant Officer Perumal, all I know that I can state 100% for that day with certainty was that he was not accepting those exhibits, neither did he have exhibit bags. And I see in my statements, numerous statements that I had furnished the investigation team, General Flynn's team. I'm not quite clear on that, and then I say that, I didn't explicitly ask him, but I know they've had a problem. Then I go on a further statement elaborating on even while we were processing or counting these drugs and busy in the parking area at Isipingo, Warrant Officer Perumal even remarked of, hey, the last time what happened with our guys here, we got sick. So all of that was in my mind, and I knew for a fact that Isipingo would not keep these exhibits, whether it was explicitly told to me or whether I had drawn that inference from my previous experience with the station, I can't say, but what I can say for certain is that my colleagues on the scene have since sternly reprimanded me by saying, Colonel, Warrant Officer Perumal did not want to keep those exhibits. So why I wrote that I did not explicitly ask him for permission to store it, I'm unsure why, but this may be the reason, and that's my truth. Okay.
Please, Chair.
sitting here, I'm confused as to what you did say or did not say. As you sit there now,
Yes.
did you or did you not engage Officer Perumal on the availability of storage?
Yes. You know.
Did you or did you not?
Yes. I can't recall offhand that I did ask him. And like I'm saying, that's my only answer, is that I knew they were not storing it. My colleagues reminded me that I was wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And then, just in fairness to you, what do you say was the confusion? What do you say is the confusion? Because you say the reason for my confusion, so just for you to be clear on that?
Yes, I'm saying that I think I mixed up our previous incident in February 2020, on the 5th, between the 5th and 6th of February 2020, and that whole debacle there. Because although my colleague, Warrant Officer Sander, I don't think he mentioned it in his evidence, I am the one that secured Durban Central SAP with regards to storing those exhibits that Isipingo had turned away. So, you know, that could be a reason for my confusion. I can't elaborate further, but that's it.
Okay. We might get back to this because I don't quite understand. If you say Isipingo has never had a problem with storing exhibits.
No, I'm not saying that, Commissioner.
That's what you say according to the evidence standard. Do you
According
accept
to
that?
the evidence tendered by General Flynn, my apologies, Commissioner.
So you do not agree with the evidence
I do not.
tendered?
I strongly disagree.
Now I understand what you mean. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
There's a difference, though, between the availability of storage space and an unwillingness to store. There's a difference between the two. On your understanding, even though you are not sure whether you specifically asked Officer Perumal anything, but on your understanding, because you do say that you had some understanding, so on your understanding, what was the position?
Okay.
Was it an unwillingness to store, or was it a question of the unavailability of storage space?
Okay. Chair, this is my opinion. They have storage place that could have accommodated it, over half a ton.
Okay.
But if I can just elaborate a little more, if you allow me, Chair.
Yes.
Even if you look at Warrant Officer Sanders' affidavit that I attached as an annexure, he states that Warrant Officer Perumal had made a comment that they do not have members to guard these drugs, you know. So to me, it's not only a problem of storage space, it's also logistical in terms of manpower and the risk associated with those drugs. Thank you, Chair.
So you're basically saying the storage space was available?
I would have thought so. I'm not sure at that point in time what the exhibit safe looked like, but I would think in a normal course of duty they would have had that space.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if I then, just to close off this point in response to the Chair's question, you reference what Warrant Officer Sanders said
Yes.
about concerns, is it Warrant Officer Perumal had, which
Yes.
is that not having manpower to guard.
Yes.
That was in 2020.
Yes, correct.
What was the issue in regard to this particular seizure by Warrant Officer Perumal? What did he express to you? We are now into June 2021. You say
yes.
you understand there was space.
Yes.
So from your recollection, what was the reason for the rejection?
I can't give you a specific reason, Commissioner.
So it's not the fact that he doesn't have manpower to guard the
No, he didn't cite it on this occasion.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. Then I think that will take us to paragraph 50.
Please do that. And it's not a factor, the lack of manpower, it's not a factor that you would have taken into account?
No, I did not at that stage.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Balu. You may proceed.
Okay, paragraph 54. Okay, 53. Am I at 53?
Yes, we are now at 53.
Okay, thank you, Chair. These exhibits had to be stored, and I'm speaking about the Isipingo 2020 February Mandrax exhibits. These exhibits had to be stored at Durban Central SAP from the 6th of February 2020 until the 12th of November 2021, when they were taken to the FSL Pretoria for destruction. If there was indeed no problems with storing exhibits at Isipingo SAP, then the IO would have taken them back to Isipingo upon being turned away from the FSL in Manzimtoti on the 6th of February 2020. See copy of Isipingo SAP 13 as per Annexure GYJ2. So that's there. To further substantiate my claims, I attach a copy of Isipingo SAP Occurrence Book 386 to 387, and I won't read the rest out. As per Annexure GYJ3, see headings, consultation and injury on duty, respectively. Entry 387 is made by the very same Warrant Officer Perumal, and it pertains to a member getting sick due to the drugs stored there. Surely this speaks to the credibility of Warrant Officer Perumal.
And before you move off this, am I reading your statement correctly that the drugs you reference at 53 are the Mandrax tablets, the 547 kilogram of Mandrax tablets?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
The evidence led states that I should have inquired with Durban Central SAP, and when I say the evidence led, I mean by General Flynn. The evidence led states that I should have inquired with Durban Central SAP and Brighton Beach SAP, Maiden Wharf, and some other station to store the 22nd June 2021 exhibits. At that stage, Durban Central still had the exhibits booked out of Isipingo SAP on the 6th February 2020. See copy of itinerary to travel from Durban to Pretoria for disposal of said exhibits as per GYJ4.
Before you move to the next paragraph, just to understand your 54, you say Durban Central still had the exhibits booked out of Isipingo in February 2020.
That's correct, Commissioner.
What does that mean? Does it mean, therefore, Durban Central did not have capacity? Is that your conclusion?
That is my conclusion.
And you know that for a fact?
Or
you knew it for a fact at the time?
I knew that the drugs were stored there. I knew that they were...
No, I'm talking about capacity. I just want to be clear
no,
what you're
I
talking.
wasn't sure of their total capacity.
Okay,
I
thank
can't
you.
comment.
You may proceed.
Brighton Beach SAP still has exhibits from a September 2020 drug seizure in the Umhlali area. They allowed us to store exhibits via Durban Central Organized Crime. I won't mention the entire numbers. Being a smaller station, Umhlali SAP stored some of the exhibits in this matter. We tried all other stations to assist and were ultimately assisted by a rural station, Glendale SAP, where we stored less valuable exhibits. Brighton Beach SAP was the only other station to assist storing some of these exhibits after we had exhausted police stations closer to the Umhlali area. Brighton Beach SAP is 70 kilometers away from Umhlali SAP. To date, these exhibits are stored at Brighton Beach SAP in an unused cell. There is a prospect of an arrest, hence these exhibits have not been destroyed. See attached annexure GYJ5, photos of exhibits at Brighton Beach SAP. I recall that Setshedi was the same analyst that had acquired samples of this precursor chemical stored at Brighton Beach. He had conducted this exercise with an IO from my office.
And before you move on, similarly with Brighton Beach,
Yes.
are you suggesting at paragraphs 55 and 56 that the conclusion you drew at the time is, therefore, Brighton Beach SAP does not have capacity?
That's my conclusion.
At the time?
Yes.
Okay. If I may just ask a follow-up, do you know what their capacity was at the time?
No, I don't, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
These above-mentioned police stations would continuously call inquiring about removing these exhibits. I did not exhaust every police station in the vicinity, as I knew how difficult it is to get assistance in this regard. I certainly knew that I could not request Brighton Beach SAP or Durban Central SAP for further assistance. I knew the difficulty in securing a police station to store exhibits, especially in light of the challenges at the FSL. It was suggested that taking samples is unheard of. I did call the head of chemistry, Colonel Kuzwayo, and inquire in this regard. I have since spoken to Lieutenant Colonel Songa and Warrant Officer Setshedi of the FSL. It became apparent that the investigation team had obtained statements in respect of my interactions with them. Warrant Officer Setshedi admitted to being intimidated by those members that acquired his statement. He indicated that he was first accused of stealing the drugs before the interview began. In no uncertain terms, he made it known that his statement was made under duress. I inquired from him regarding our discussion on the 27th October 2021, when he agreed to assist with the obtaining of 7 to 10 bricks of cocaine for weighing purposes. He was reluctant to even confirm this conversation with me. During this meeting, he fetched his statement that he had furnished to General Flynn's team in order to refresh his memory. When reading it out, I noticed that he had stated that on 27th October 2021, that I had told him that people were planning to break into Port Shepstone office to steal the drugs, when in fact I had told him that Brigadier Newswa had informed me that there was an attempted break-in at the Port Shepstone office. The intimidation of witnesses shows clear biasness from the investigation team investigating the theft of drugs. I believe that in the absence of any evidence pertaining to the actual theft of drugs, a false narrative of what transpired was created. The investigation seems to have been directed towards this false narrative. The exhibit sees that the CHC depot in February 2020 lay in storage at Durban Central SAP for over a year without the IO being accused of never intending to submit it to the FSL.
Before you move to paragraph 61, you may probably have omitted certain issues. At paragraph 58, you see at page 11, you state that it was suggested that taking samples is unheard of.
Yes,
The taking of samples.
yes,
I did call the head of chemistry, Colonel Kuzwayo, and inquire in this regard.
yes.
Thereafter, you then, at paragraphs 59 and 60, you speak about the events of the 27th of October 2021 regarding the 7 to 10 bricks that were required.
Yes.
But you no longer address yourself to the issue of samples. Did
Yes.
you discuss the matter of samples with Colonel Kuzwayo? You said you inquired from her in this regard.
Yes.
And if so, maybe this is an opportunity to state what advice you were given at the time by Colonel Kuzwayo.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. It would have been, from my recollection, on the morning, most probably, of the 23rd of June, whilst I was still on leave, right? I know I called Colonel Kuzwayo to ask advice, seeing as how I knew that the lab was not accepting this. I just tried to get the ball rolling with regards to an analysis report. I did call her. She advised me how to take samples, and from my recollection, it was a long time ago, but the way I recall it, I called Warrant Officer Mpangase directly afterward and advised him on exactly what Colonel Kuzwayo had said. And on my instruction, that's how he went about to obtain those samples in the manner in which Colonel Kuzwayo had guided me to do so. So
Yes.
maybe if I elaborate, or will there be time later? I just want to add a little bit regarding that.
With the chair's leave, I guess you may, lest
you.
we forget
Okay.
to come back to the point, yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I did try to obtain my cell phone records from 2021 for the period of interest for the Commission. I have it on official record. Vodacom does not have these records since they're older than 3 years. But I would like to say that the onus should not be on me. I am stating it from the very beginning. I have stated that I had called Colonel Kuzwayo. And even if you look at the duration of the call, it would give you an indication as to the nature of our conversation. So I was hoping that General Flynn's team would have provided my itemized billing. It would have been either on the 22nd of June or on the morning of the 23rd of June that I would have called Colonel Kuzwayo and shortly thereafter called Warrant Officer Mpangase, guiding him as per the guidance of Colonel Kuzwayo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Ms. Sillo, I assume we should be able to lay our hands on this or not?
We will have to make a request
Yes.
and call for the records.
Thank you.
We shall, thank you. So then to conclude my clarification on this, when you say at 58, I did call the head of chemistry to inquire about, in this regard, you're talking about the events of the 23rd of June? Or thereabouts, just immediately
Yes,
after
yes,
the seizure? Okay.
yes.
And that doesn't have anything in particular to do with the subsequent events of the 27th, which you deal with at paragraph 59 and 60? I shouldn't
no.
confuse the two. Okay. I'm happy, thank you.
Okay. On the 27th, it was just a follow-up. It was a follow-up because in my mind, Colonel Kuzwayo had guided me on how to take samples, which I guided Warrant Officer Pangase to do. I submitted those samples because when I came back from work, I had seen that Pangase had not submitted them. Hence, I submitted them on the 5th of July. And my conversation on the 27th of October with Warrant Officer Setshedi was with regards to either finalizing analysis report, either disposing, but getting rid of those drugs in Port Shepstone. It's then that he made me aware. I would not know this scientific procedure. I worked at ballistics, not at chemistry. I would not know this procedure, but Warrant Officer Setshedi is the one who guided me on how this would be done. And maybe at a later stage, we look at my contemporaneous notes in my investigation diary that were written at that point in time. So I maintain that my conversation on the 27th with Warrant Officer Setshedi, he did advise me on what we needed further in order to get a quantitative analysis, because we had only submitted samples that would look at the qualitative aspect of it. Thank you.
Do I understand you to say that, as a matter of fact, you did make diary entries on the docket?
In the inquiry file.
About your conversation with Warrant Officer Setshedi?
Yes.
Are you saying so?
Contemporaneous.
Contemporary, yeah,
That's
which is
correct.
contemporaneous.
Yes. And Chair, may I just add something? The evidence leader was not aware of this. When engaging with the evidence leader prior to coming here, when I mentioned all that I had done on this investigation, I see the evidence leader was taken by surprise. And to me, I don't think it's fair that General Flynn's team had supplied half an inquiry to the evidence leader. Obviously, one would be interested in my investigation diary as to exactly what steps did I take, what did I do. Those are contemporaneous. So I just thought I...
And was there a similar entry with regard to your communication with Colonel Kuzwayo?
No, there was not, Chair, and may I clarify maybe why?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
because at that stage, remember I left Isipingo SAP and went home to resume my leave. At that stage, Warrant Officer Pangase was physically in possession of that inquiry. I neglected to do so even when I came back.
But did you not make the note about your communication with Warrant Officer Setshedi after you had come back?
With Setshedi on the 27th, yes, I had done it
So that's after you had come back?
Yes, that was...
From leave,
yes,
leave, that is.
correct.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm not sure that your explanation fully gives us the picture. Why would you not have done something similar about or concerning Colonel Kuzwayo? You are
Yes.
back at work and you are making all these inquiries at a time when you are back at work, so why not a similar entry? I hope
Yes.
I'm not sounding like
No,
I'm probing
I hear you,
at this
Chair,
stage.
and I accept it.
At this stage, I just want clarity.
This investigation diary works chronologically.
Yes,
Meaning
yes.
it goes day by day, you write the time, the date. So I had done it, I would think, on the 23rd of June. When I got back on the 29th of June, Warrant Officer Pangase had already diarized and written what he had done. So, yes, it's partially neglect on my part, but
Do I misunderstand the facts? I thought you communicated with Warrant Officer Setshedi after you had spoken to Colonel Kuzwayo.
No.
or to inquire about what needed to be done, or not?
No, no,
All
I
right,
just
all
inquired
right.
from Colonel Kuzwayo during that period, Chair.
Which happened first?
The Colonel Kuzwayo, the samples, the guidance on how to obtain samples came from Colonel Kuzwayo.
And then you spoke to Warrant Officer Setshedi afterwards?
Afterward, yes, that's correct. Much
still-
afterward, on the 27th of October.
I still don't understand then why you would not have made an entry that related to Colonel Kuzwayo.
Okay, like I said, Chair, if I was in possession of that inquiry and still at the office, like I went on leave, if I was still at the office and I called Colonel Kuzwayo, I would have had that inquiry in front of me. I would have diarized date, time, the nature of my conversation with her as well.
One last question. Were you not back from leave when you contacted Colonel Kuzwayo?
No, I contacted her
right.
during the 23rd, on the 23rd of June, if my memory serves me correct.
Okay,
I was
okay.
back at work on the 29th of June.
All right, all right.
Thank you, Chair. And
Before we break for tea, I just wanted to clarify 58, because that's where you were the first sentence, because this has caused a lot of confusion even with Warrant Officer Setshedi yesterday. Yeah, okay. I think we will,
You'll do
Chair
it.
will indicate.
Let's adjourn and resume at 25 past 11.
Thank you.
4 minutes past 11. We're about to resume. Please make sure your devices are quiet. Thank you.
My colleague Commissioner Kumalo had a question. to
Indeed, Chair.
ask.
Thank you.
Yes.
Colonel, good morning again. We were in paragraph 58 of your statement, the first sentence. You say it was suggested that taking samples is unheard of. And it's not clear who you're referring to because in various other sections of your statement, Advocate Sillo asked you to clarify and you mentioned that you were referring to General Flynn's evidence.
Yes.
So here, who are you referring to when you say it was suggested that taking samples is unheard of?
Yes, a point of correction, it is General Flynn's testimony I'm
General
referring
Flynn,
to.
yes,
Commissioner.
because I did not want you to confuse what General Flynn said
Yes.
with what Warrant Officer Setshedi said.
Yes.
Because Warrant Officer Setshedi was engaged by Chair yesterday, and in 6.3 of his statement, he refers now to the 27 October discussion he had with you, and he says, I told him that since the case, open brackets, the limited exhibits or sample, close bracket, was brought to the FSL as opposed to the crime scene analyst bringing it, the case could be analyzed by anyone.
Yes.
So he didn't take issue with the fact that a sample could be analyzed. And two paragraphs earlier, or a paragraph earlier, 6.2, where you were now dealing with the total mass of exhibits and what needed to be weighed for the purposes of destruction.
Yes.
So as you and I discussed, those are separate processes because one is qualitative, the other one is quantitative. And as far as Kuzwayo is concerned, she says she understood the discussion to be about analysts going to the crime scene to do the sampling. So it was in that context that she understood it, and there may have been miscommunication because you say you were talking about samples being taken from Port Shepstone and being sent to FSL.
That is
So
correct.
that's really where the confusion is, and all three witnesses, I tried to engage them on the issue just to try to understand what exactly they are saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you for that clarification. You are clarified, Colonel. We actually had gone back to your paragraph 58 after you had dealt with 59 and 60 already. I just wanted to clarify what exactly we're talking about in 58 compared to 59 and 60.
Yes, Commissioner.
So that would then lead us to your paragraph 61.
61.
Yes.
I must add that none of my actions at the crime scene or at Isipingo SAP amounted to criminal conduct. The non-availability of exhibit bags was the reason these exhibits were not sealed in bags as per National Instruction 8 of 2017. The non-acceptance of exhibits by the FSL was the reason that they were not forwarded to the FSL within 7 days. None of my actions were a deliberate attempt to ensure that the drugs were stored at Port Shepstone. During my interaction with the DPP's office, at no stage was contamination of the crime scene or the integrity of these exhibits ever cited as an issue.
Before you move on to paragraph 62, just clarify what is the purpose of referencing your interactions with the DPP insofar as the question of contamination of the crime scene is concerned? Because
Okay.
you don't speak about that beyond this point.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Commissioners. I think the reason I added this bit in there was just to highlight that at the time that this seizure was done, yes, in hindsight, I realize now there were a lot of things that could have been done better, but at that stage, faced with my challenges, I'm going to try and get into that a little later. I did what I did. However, when this docket reached the DPP's office, or this inquiry reached their office, generally they are the first ones when they peruse statements, look at the content of your docket or inquiry. If they're not satisfied with the level or the standard of work in terms of handling exhibits or chain of custody, integrity of the exhibits, all of the above, they would cite the same and basically indicate to management that this case is, we're not taking it on, we are not satisfied with A, B, and C. So I put in this paragraph to show that at that stage, in terms of prosecuting this matter, if it had to go to court, the DPP's office had no issue with regards to the investigation thus far. Thank you, Commissioner.
Then, just as a last one, the point you make is that the DPP did not raise any concerns about the integrity and the contamination of the crime scene. That's the point.
That's it, Commissioner.
You don't go so far as to say that the DPP confirmed the integrity of the crime scene. You're not taking it that far.
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Then you may.
Sorry, before you move on, you, in that paragraph where you refer, in the second sentence,
Yes.
the non-availability of exhibit bags was the reason these exhibits were not sealed in bags as per national instruction. What does the national instruction that you're referring to say?
Okay, with regards to exhibit management, Commissioner,
Yes.
it says that drugs need to be sealed in an exhibit bag upon entering into the SAP 13. It needs to be sealed at the scene
Yes.
in exhibit bags.
And you say they were not sealed at the scene being at the depot
That is correct.
because there were no exhibit bags?
Yes,
But the same at Isipingo, is
That
your
is
same,
correct.
you give the same explanation?
that is correct, Commissioner.
What do you normally do when you are running short of exhibit bags? Where do you normally source them from? Because surely you have to source them from somewhere.
Yes. There's no go-to place, I would say, Chair, with regards to getting exhibit bags. You try whichever station is closer to you. You try a few stations. Some have, some don't have. And just to elaborate on that, Chair, when I go through the inquiry, I see that even on the day, I didn't know this until I perused it, even on the day of the seizure when they proceeded to Port Shepstone, there were no exhibit bags because I see they made an entry the next day that they had to go to Port Shepstone Police Station to acquire those exhibit bags. So I'm just letting the Commission know that although my colleague may have alluded that we've got tons of exhibit bags, it's not always the case. Thank you.
I was, when I asked the question as to where you source the bags from,
Yes.
when you are short, I was exactly thinking of what you said, which is you call around at other police stations to source them. I was thinking of that as
Yes.
well.
Yes.
We have seen from the evidence that I think one of the police stations that have been mentioned is only about 20 kilometers away.
Yes.
And I think another one is about 24 kilometers away,
Yes, Chair.
give or take. I'm not sure about the third one, which is made on WAF.
Yes.
Or rather, let me just say, one is 20, another is 24, and then there's another one. Do you know how many kilometers the third one is?
I would think it's a shorter distance from.
Even shorter than
I would
20
think
and
so.
24.
Yes.
No inquiries were made from those police stations.
No.
Was those, but you agree that that's a very short distance?
It is a short distance.
Were inquiries made? If not, why not?
Firstly, Chair, the time delay to send members, sometimes they come back with 5 or 10 bags.
What's worse?
Yes.
What's worse? Saving time and not complying with prescripts which require that exhibits should be placed in exhibit bags. What's more important, saving time?
Yes. No, I agree, Chair.
All right,
I
all
agree.
right.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes,
Yes,
am
Commissioner.
I understanding your evidence correctly to be that you and your team did not have evidence bags with you, or enough evidence bags with you, but as you were at the scene, you did not make any inquiries with any police stations.
You are correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. In response to a question from the chair, you indicated, did I understand you correctly, that you learned later that they were transported to Port Shepstone, not contained in evidence bags. Is that your statement?
Can you repeat that
I had
question?
understood your answer to a question posed by the chair, that you subsequently learned that they were transported from Isipingo to Port Shepstone, not in evidence bags.
I knew that from the onset, Commissioners, yes.
Okay, that's what I needed to clarify. So by the time you left the scene at Isipingo, you knew that they were being transported to Port Shepstone, not in evidence bags?
I did know that, Commissioners.
Thank
yes.
you.
So basically, you knew even before you handed over to, is it Warrant Officer Mpangase?
Yes,
So even before the handover, you already knew.
I did know that.
Thank
Chair.
you, thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, lastly, in that paragraph 61, the very last statement where you say your interaction with DPP office at no stage was contamination of the crime scene or integrity of the exhibits ever cited as an issue. What are you conveying in terms of, maybe my question is, well, what did the DPP office know about what happened at the scene, about how the exhibits were handled? Were they ever in a position to express a view?
Yes. Okay. They would have had sight of the entire inquiry, Commissioner. That would have outlined every statement that was there. There's in the investigation diary, Warrant Officer Pangase puts a date and time as to when he sealed them in exhibit bags, where it was done, who was present. Then there's another addendum where he's described the exhibit bag and the color of bricks in it. So all of that would have been privy to the DPP's office.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is, with this statement, you are not conveying that there was nothing wrong with the way the crime scene was handled, with the way the exhibits were handled. The absence of a comment from the DPP office, you're not conveying the absence of a comment or adverse comment from the DPP office means all was done the way, all was done properly. You're not saying that.
No, Commissioner, I will concede. They did not express any concern. When I look at it, there were a lot of concerns to be raised. However, I still maintain that the chain of custody, the integrity of the exhibits, all of the above that are needed to take a matter to court was still in place, albeit national instructions were not fully complied with, which is, there's no excuse for that. So, but yes.
Okay. Now, I wasn't engaging yet in the
Testimony of General Flynn, you see that? Testimony of General Flynn, you see that?
Yes.
And perhaps before we do so, can I ask you to go back to your paragraph 26 just to clarify? At page 5, there at paragraph 26, you deal with the entry made into the SAP 13
Yes,
by Warrant Officer Mpangase.
that's correct.
Okay. Now, you say, I confirm that I did not view the SAP entry at the time.
Yes, correct.
Then you make certain admissions, but
Yes.
those admissions are based on your reading of the SAP 13 long after the fact.
That is correct.
Now, do you have an explanation at this juncture why you did not view the SAP entry at the time? Were you still not the person responsible for the seizure? Were you not the investigating officer before you handed over to Warrant Officer Mpangase?
It was Pangase who was the investigating officer, Commissioner, at that stage, from the inception up until the 29th of June, 2021.
Also, you had already appointed him the investigating officer?
That is correct.
And you left that function to him?
Yes, that is correct.
Then that will take us to paragraph 62, where you then deal with General Flynn's testimony, and I think the misgivings, some misgivings you have about that testimony.
Yes. Okay. General Flynn cited drug seizure cases from Durban Serious Organized Crime Investigation that he had analyzed. Of those, he mentions 2 cases wherein the LCRC was deviating from National Instruction 1 of 2015. It is understood that an IO uses his discretion and uses investigative aids, namely LCRC, if he knows it will benefit his case. The seizure of these drugs on 22nd June 2021, it says 2022, was never under suspicion until they were stolen.
Before you proceed, we need to make a formal correction.
Yes.
Which date is that? The
It's
date
22nd June 2021, Commissioner.
Duly done, thank you.
The seizure of these drugs on 22nd June 2021 was never under suspicion until they were stolen. I did not have any hand in the decision to store the drugs in Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Investigation. Neither did I know that the location was not suitable at the time. I followed an instruction that I deemed lawful when allowing the drugs to be stored there. On 22nd April...
Before you move to 63, you say, I followed an instruction, but you don't indicate from who?
From Brigadier Newswa.
Brigadier Newswa.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. You may proceed.
On 22nd April 2026, General Flynn was at my office conducting inspections on all our cases on hand. I also asked him if there were any questions he had regarding any of the 10 cases he had drawn from us previously. I explained my challenges on the 22nd June 2021 seizure, as well as other cases of interest. He did not bother to ask any pertinent questions or seek clarity on any issue regarding this matter. Even during this meeting, I did not ever imagine that I was a suspect in the theft of drugs. I will now point out what I believe will show the Commission that the team investigating the theft of drugs was not acting in good faith. During late January 2026, my office conducted investigations into certain drug-related killings and feuds in the Durban and surrounding area. There's an inquiry number as a reference. These investigations were initiated by myself, Lieutenant Colonel KG Sbia, Lieutenant Colonel Dina Govender, amongst 2 other members of the Durban Serious Organized Crime Unit. This led to an individual coming forward in early February 2026 who claimed to be involved in the planning and execution of the theft of drugs that occurred in Port Shepstone on the 8th of November 2021. This informer/whistleblower/suspect was directed to a senior police official outside of the DPCI on the same day. We had done this as we felt it would be appropriate for a neutral party to further investigate this. The head office investigation team was situated in Gauteng and would not have been in a position to immediately respond to this. During the same meeting with General Flynn on the 22nd of April 2026, I informed him of this new information regarding the theft of drugs in Port Shepstone. I missed a sentence there. It's not going to make sense if I don't add it, may I?
Please.
Okay.
Just tell us where to insert it.
Okay, paragraph 68.
Yes.
After the first sentence, right? It ends with Port Shepstone, then
Correct.
I need to add this bit. General Flynn wished to meet or interview this whistleblower/informer/suspect, right? I immediately called in the relevant member who was in touch with the whistleblower to engage with General Flynn, and I left the office. I later heard that General Flynn had sent out a team to interview this individual. From what I understand, he did not go out with his team to interview this individual who had vital information on the theft. I can also confirm the authenticity/credibility and veracity of this new information. I was left in total shock upon viewing General Flynn's evidence before this commission. It is understandable that all of us that were involved in the seizure would have initially been viewed as suspects. In the absence of any credible evidence before his visit to my office, I can understand how it is a plausible theory that the drugs were placed in Port Shepstone so that corrupt members could steal it. The high risk associated with that storage place lends credence to this theory. However, the General ought to have reassessed his investigation regarding the theft of drugs after this new information given to him by some of the very same members he is implicating. He alluded to significant progress in the matter during his evidence before the Commission. He did not bother to mention that this is as a result of the Durban DPCI members mentioned above. This incident has caused
Colonel, before you proceed, that first sentence in paragraph 69,
Yes.
when you say, I can confirm the authenticity, credibility, and veracity of this information, what do you mean by that?
Okay. I'm going to try and word it such that I don't give up too much, Commissioner, so you'll bear with me.
Yes.
When I make this statement, I'm referring to being a detective, to hard evidence, to names, to places, persons, vehicles, and the like, not just something hanging in the air that's not tangible, that's not able to be further investigated.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
And before you leave that, and please don't mention any names, at 68 you say, I immediately called in the relevant member who was in touch with the whistleblower. You see
Yes.
where I'm reading. By relevant member, you mean of the DPCI.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
May proceed.
Okay. This incident has caused embarrassment to the DPCI, the police as a whole, as well as the country, and should not go unpunished. I do believe that DPCI members have conspired with criminal elements to carry out this crime. In the same breath, I plead with the Commission to ensure that the proper facts are placed before them so as to maintain the integrity of the Commission. The damage that General Flynn's evidence has caused to us, innocent members, by creating this false narrative and orchestrating his investigation to suit the same, is irreparable.
And before you move on to the next paragraph, at 71 you say this incident has caused embarrassment to the DPCI. I want to understand what incident
The
are you
incident of the
referring-
theft, Commissioner,
The theft itself.
the theft
Thank
of
you.
the drugs.
All right, you may proceed.
And then in that 72, where you refer to General Flynn's evidence,
Yes,
and you say he created this false narrative.
yes.
What is that narrative that you, what did he say
Okay.
that you qualify as a false narrative?
The fact that he says by design and not due to, as the Commission referred to, a comedy of errors, I think that's also a stretch, but I would say the fact that his theory was based on loosely, or can I say there was no evidence to support his theory. I think that's the statement I'm looking for. And in terms of, may I just delve a little more into it, Commissioner, with your indulgence? Okay. Like where I cite that Warrant Officer Perumal, a statement was obtained from him, the SAP 13 clerk at Isipingo. As a detective, when you go to obtain Warrant Officer Perumal's affidavit, and this is subsequent to the theft in November 2021, the drugs have now been stolen. Isipingo knows that they did not want to keep those drugs. Now you get a team that's investigating the said theft of drugs. They go to Isipingo SAP. I haven't seen Warrant Officer Perumal's statement, but I believe it goes along the lines where he denies that he said to us there's no storage place. He denies that there were no exhibit bags. So I'm saying I have submitted so many further statements to General Flynn's investigation team. And in most of them, I allude to the fact that we had a problem with Warrant Officer Perumal. Now when the investigation team goes to him, they should not merely pose questions regarding the 22nd of June. Or, yes, the 22nd of June. So to me, they basically asked him, did you have storage place? He says yes. Did you have exhibit bags? He says yes. Because he knows if it comes back to him that he refused us, he's also in the hot seat. So I'm saying, why was it not canvassed with him? The fact that Colonel Jacob alludes to certain incidents where they had issues with you regarding mandrax or whatever, but I did allude to it. So I'm saying the fact that the investigation team remained silent on that issue and did not even engage Warrant Officer Perumal to ask him, what's your comment on this? What do you have to say about this? To me, it was, the statement was taken with an objective in mind, and it was not done fairly. As a detective, you need to keep an open mind, you need to ask the relevant questions, and even the fact that I found those OB entries where Warrant Officer Perumal had booked members of SIC and made entries in the OB reflecting that a member went to the doctor for consultation because of drugs being stored there. I would have thought that that would have been uncovered by the investigation team. But the fact that they hadn't gone to that level, yet we're going to a level where we're analyzing inquiries and all of that, that's basic investigative work that should have been done properly. So, yes,
Colonel, I thought what you were alluding to in 72, when you talk about a false narrative, is the theory in 69 that the drugs were placed in Shepstone so that corrupt members could steal it.
yes.
And then you just got lost because you
Okay.
started talking about OB books and other things.
Sorry, I jumped the gun there,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Can you just answer that question so that we...
All right.
My question.
Okay, and the reason, okay, if you want to proceed, it's fine, but may I just have a little chance? Okay, now I just lost my train of thought with this. It's fine, you can proceed. It's okay.
No.
Actually started there in answering me.
Yes.
That's where you started. You said the narrative that this was all deliberate so that the
All
drugs
right,
can
yes,
be
no,
stored.
I think I got my point now. May I just, all right, my point being was that it's clear that I was not involved in the decision to store at Port Shepstone, but it's being insinuated that I initiated or was part of this planning by closing off this gap of storing it anywhere else. The fact that I said to the Brigadier, I've exhausted all avenues, I've got no storage place. So I'm saying that General Flynn ought to have investigated properly, because the fact that he cites, I should have used Brighton Beach, I should have used Durban Central. Did he not find out from those stations, did you have capacity? He had clearly not known even about the fact that these exhibits were stored there. In his evidence to the Commission, at no stage did General Flynn allude to the fact that Isipingo had turned these exhibits away and that they were lying at Durban Central for 1 year, 9 months, untouched. And I will go on further to say, there's no official record of those exhibits being stored at Durban Central. I followed up, I couldn't find an OB entry or a SAP 13 entry for when Durban Central accepted these exhibits on the 6th of February 2020. And I'm not doing this, Commissioners, to point fingers at others, to show that others are doing wrong, so I should be left alone because I'm doing wrong as well. I'm doing this, I'm highlighting it to point out that firstly the challenges that we face, and secondly the fact that General Flynn, I would think, misled this Commission by not highlighting a pertinent point by saying to the Commission that I find it strange, Isipingo has never had a problem with exhibits. That was his statement to the Commission. How can you say that in light of all of this? So hence, I'm saying what I say. And before I forget, Commissioners, there's one other thing. I've perused an affidavit of General Flynn's where he cites this Mandrax case, and like I highlighted, he did not point out the fact that it was stored at Durban Central for 1 year, 9 months. He goes on further to state that when the exhibits were confirmed to be Mandrax. In his statement, he says the exhibits were confirmed to be Mandrax. Now, I find this strange, seeing as how the date of destruction by the FSL was the 12th of November, 2022. That or 2021 that this was destroyed. Those exhibits from Isipingo that moved to Durban Central, it was now taken out the vault. On the very same day, the members took it up to Pretoria, and the exhibits were disposed of. They were taken to an incinerator at some undisclosed location. So I fail to see where there is confirmation that this indeed was Mandrax, because no analysis was done. It was merely destruction or disposal. So once again, it's a concern to me that General Flynn covers those bases when it comes to another member, yet when it came to this case of ours, the investigation, I would, like I say, was, to me, not done objectively. Thank you.
Colonel, I wouldn't want you to be misunderstood or what your testimony is. If I can try again to take you back to Commissioner Baloyi's question, and I'll do that with reference to your own statement, okay? If you look at your paragraph 72, the question by Commissioner Baloyi is, what is the false narrative that you say General Flynn created? You understand that? And I want you to consider a response to that question in the context of what you state at paragraph 69 and at paragraph 71. At 69, you say, and I read midway, in the absence of any credible evidence before his visit to my office, his being General Flynn, I can understand how it is a plausible theory that the drugs were placed in Port Shepstone so that corrupt members could steal it. The high risk associated with that storage place lends credence to that theory. Do you see that, Pet?
Yes.
Now, if you go to 71,
Yes.
where you talk about the theft, the incident,
Yes.
you conclude 71 with the following words: I do believe that that DPCI members have conspired with criminal elements to carry out this crime.
Yes.
So this is what you testify to.
Yes.
Now, in the context of what you say, what is the false narrative that you say General Flynn
Yes.
presented to the Commission?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I would say the fact that on the 22nd of April 2026, this information that I can put my neck on the block to say is credible was furnished to General Flynn. He had ample time, or I wouldn't say ample, to finalize the entire case. But obviously one would have expected him to now compare this newer information, compare it with his initial theory, and look at the two, whether they gel. Investigation is all about a process of elimination. Initially, we all are suspects. As you further investigate, you start narrowing down your suspects to a few individuals, I would think. But none of that happened, despite us furnishing such credible information. And I must add, we had no clue that General Flynn was to come before the Commission to give evidence. So it was not done with any purpose in mind. It was done in good faith to inform him, because they were investigating this theft. So I'm saying that the fact that we furnished this info, yes, it still does not or exclude us as suspects, those of us who furnished this newer information. However, if you've had a few weeks to try and further investigate this, one would have expected you to have had something that a little more credible than this theory of it being by design, which there's no factual evidence to corroborate it.
Then just to clarify, your testimony is that the false narrative is that those of you who were involved in the seizure had any hand in the disappearance of the theft. That's what you say is a false narrative to the extent that it is created.
No, I think that's a too blanket statement, Commissioner.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to mention names, but obviously I did go on to say that I believe that DPCI members were involved. So
and it's precisely because of your confirmation of that belief you hold at 71.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand what your challenge is.
Yes.
And maybe we might just not get
yes,
there.
due to the sensitivity of it, which
Yes.
General Flynn has been fully made aware of, he would be able to understand what the statement means as well. Thank you, Commissioners.
Can I go back to paragraph 20? I assume he has finished his statement. You're going to do your probing. I just want to clarify 20.
Yes.
On page 4, Colonel. Colonel, sitting here, we have taken it as a given that what was stolen in November 8, 2021 is cocaine, and the value of that cocaine is approximately 200 million rands. We've taken it as a given. But because we are a fact-finding inquiry, facts are important. Now, in the absence of a qualitative analysis and a quantitative analysis, are we sure sitting here today that A, it was cocaine, B, the value of that cocaine was 200 million? I'll tell you why I'm asking these questions. I've had to do some reading, the UN report on drugs and cocaine and other things. Depending on the grade, even if the kilograms are 1 kilogram bricks, depending on the grade, the value could range, and it could even be 400 million. So if an analysis had been done and the quality, the grade of the cocaine had been tested, its market value or its street value could easily have been 400, or it could have been 200, or it could have been 300.
You are correct.
Now, it is in that context that I seek clarification of paragraph 20.
Yes.
So, because you say in your statement, your priority was to safeguard the exhibits, and then you say approximate value 200 million. How did you arrive at that 200 million?
At that stage, cocaine was selling for about between 180 and, no, was it about 400, maybe 300 to 400,000 per kilo, 3 to 400,000. So I think that's how we arrived.
But that was the average price?
Average price.
And it also depended on the grade?
Yes. Just to expand on that, Commissioner, with the grade, yes, the FSL can tell you percentage and purity. If we don't normally get that, but I hear that they have that capacity now. But with regards to grade of cocaine, generally the price will depend on what the criminal networks call whether it's a one-way or two-way cocaine. Meaning one way is cocaine that you only sniff, which will fetch a lower price as compared to cocaine that you can sniff and cook into crack cocaine or rock. Just to give you an example, a kilo of cocaine that's now two-way, the one that you can cook, can produce 1 kilo of cocaine, can produce approximately R1 million worth of crack cocaine. So, you know, it talks to what you've just alluded to, the price will definitely change.
In my engagement with FSL people yesterday, I was deliberate because I'm assuming, I don't know, because I don't have the facts. I'm assuming that even the people who stole what we believe to be this cocaine and they were going to sell it in the black market, it would have mattered to them what the quality of the cocaine is, because when they sell it in the black market, they need to determine the price. The buyer and seller need to say, this is this type of quality, therefore I'm selling it to you at this price.
Yes, you are correct.
That's why yesterday I was so deliberate about what happened to the analysis at FSL, why did it disappear and why.
Yes.
So I want you to understand that context, and
yes,
that's why all of this was important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Colonel, that effectively would bring us to the end of your written statement. Now, I'm aware there is a document you would like to briefly touch on, which we will do in the next couple of minutes. But
Okay.
just to inquire from you, is there anything that you think you may have overlooked or omitted to bring to the attention of the commissioners that you deem absolutely critical?
Okay, can I just take a minute?
Now, if nothing comes to mind, as and when then we engage during the course of the day,
Yes,
you may
okay.
refer
No,
to
then
other.
it's fine. Maybe-
For the moment,
maybe-
you are fine.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I refer to this document because I think over the course of the morning, you have consistently referred to it. And you indicated earlier that it would appear that it was not made available to us as part of the docket, and you made it available to the evidence leaders preparing your testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I do confirm that you did give us such a document, and that is the investigation diary that you assured the chair that it reflects activity regarding this seizure and subsequent events, and that the notes were made contemporaneously, right? Correct?
That's correct.
Now, for your comfort, that document is part of the exhibit bundle as CJC 268. Would you like to go there?
Yes.
And confirm that is the document you say you availed us?
Yes, it
Okay,
is the
now,
same.
it starts at page 800 to 812. I'm not going to ask you to read this, but you want to highlight some issues from it as part of your testimony.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Just before you do so, I'm going to give you an opportunity. Perhaps you might start, when you do engage with it, by advising us how to read the document and how to engage with it. Not so much the content per entry, right?
Yes.
Sorry, number?
CJC 262. 268, 268. My apologies.
So it's the new file?
Your file's updated?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. CJC 268, I think it would be the penultimate document that's fine, the exhibit file.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Just 1 second, Colonel. Okay, as I had suggested, perhaps there are different entries made, right, in the investigation diary. At the conclusion of every entry, there's a signature. Perhaps your explanations to us should be on that basis.
Yes.
Per signed off minute tells us what issues are addressed there, by who, and then if there's anything in particular from the notes made that you want to highlight, you may have the opportunity to.
Okay, thank you,
Very
Commissioner.
briefly, thank you.
Okay, just to give the Commission an overview of what this really is about. In any police investigation, this is your C-clip, it's your investigation diary. It's where the investigating officer will diarize every little incident, tasking, every duty he has conducted, every investigation he's conducted in respect of this investigation. So it's labeled with pages. The first page is 1, C1, C2, and so forth, right? The member puts a date, puts a time, makes an entry, and signs off with a full force signature. That's unique to every member. So initially on the 22nd of June, on C1, that's page 800, you can see its entries from Warrant Officer Mpangase, highlighting that information came through, where did we proceed to, what transpired. He continues on C2 as well. Continues on C3. Continues, okay, C4. Is an entry from myself. And I think I'll read that out just to show the preliminary or initially what taskings was given to Warrant Officer Pangase in respect of this investigation by myself. The entry on C4, page 803, it's dated 23rd of June, 2021. And this is a 24 hours inspection. It's something that the police puts in place in order for within 24 hours to guide their investigating officer on what needs to be done. So I'm going to read out. I say, obtain witness statement from all relevant role players. Request PCMC, that's our Priority Crime Management Center, to profile all suspects and business entities. I say, liaise with the DPP's office. Inquire that SARS Customs is brought on board, or ensure that SARS/Customs is brought on board the investigation. And I made an entry here, forward samples taken to the FSR. Okay, that's something of note. Then I think at the bottom of the same
Sorry,
page.
before you do that, can I just understand or clarify so these are your entries
Yes,
on the 23rd?
yes, but, okay. It's not made on the 23rd, because on the 23rd I resumed my leave. So if I look at this, and I'll be honest, I either made it on the 22nd, just to, as a formality to Warrant Officer Pangase, or I may have done it on my return to work, because I see nobody had inspected
After the 23rd?
Yes, on the 29th. So I don't want to mislead the commission. I'm not sure when I made this, but it's my entry dated the 23rd.
Okay. And on that date, why would you have made a reference to SARS customs involvement?
Because customs, we generally, all of our drug cases, especially seizures that come through the harbor, if it's not a joint operation, we still require assistance from customs. Remember, they are the custodians of lots of the documentation, and they are privy to systems that the police does not necessarily have access to. So it's a given whenever you do these investigations that customs is part and parcel of it. If not part of the investigation, they give their input, give us documentation that they're willing to furnish, and so forth.
Yeah, I think I'm still clarifying. It's really not probing. I just want to understand the role of SARS that you anticipate in this particular operation. You have taken the drugs. Mm-hmm. You have, on your evidence, you have sealed, or the container is sealed, yes, but you've taken the drugs that you had received a tip-off, yes, about. And I think earlier in your statement, there's where you say on the day of the operation itself, you got documents, whatever documents that go with consignments that's coming in. I think you do say somewhere in your statement. So I'm trying to understand that when you say to Warrant Officer Mpangase to ensure that customs is on board, what in fact would be the role of customs?
Okay.
Given what has already happened.
Yes.
Yes.
In hindsight, and this I'm speculating, I'm not 100% sure, but it's a good question. And if I look at it, it's possibly because the A-clip in this investigation has a detention notice from SARS dated the 23rd of June, right? So I'm not sure whether I had sight of that, but clearly if I look at the investigation diary, that document was filed by Pangase. It's got his handwriting on top of it. So I'm unsure as to who furnished him with it, but it's filed in the inquiry. So it could be, like I say, I stand under correction. It was a long time ago, so I'm just speculating that when I got back to work, and if I did make this 24 hours inspection, then it's possible that I was paging through the inquiry and I noticed that SARS had a detention notice on this. So obviously we would want to know what led to them putting a detention notice. What red flags were there? Thank you.
Right, thank you.
If I may then just follow up, it's a question I was going to ask. I might as well ask at this juncture. Your left column,
yes,
in this diary is headed time date.
Yes.
And then there are entries at different points of what would appear to be the date.
Yes.
Are you, in response to the question by Commissioner Baloyi, are you suggesting that the date appearing in that column is not necessarily the date on which the entry was made? Is that how we should understand it?
It's possible, Commissioner.
No, I'm asking you, how do you want us to read your document?
All right, if you know, now that I look at the fact that I alluded to ensure that SARS customs brought on board on the first entry, normally it would come maybe at a later stage. The fact that I put it here during a 24 hours inspection, I would think that I made this on the 29th, yet it's dated the 23rd.
Okay.
Yes. So I didn't make it on the day because I was on leave. So it looks like I made it retrospectively.
And this is a clarification question, not exactly engaging. Is that not misleading, though? to the next reader of the document. And I'm thinking, if you made it on the 29th, why wouldn't you write the date of the 29th? And in the body
Yes.
of the report, you indicate that this happened on the 23rd, although I'm only recording it on the 29th.
Yes.
But is that not the most ideal way
okay.
of going about it?
Yes, and my honest answer, Commissioner, is that it's a formality in the police. A 24-hour inspection must be done. So the fact that Pangase didn't take it to any other officer for a 24-hour inspection by the time I got back to the office, that for me is administrative. It's something that's frowned upon. It's one of the boxes that you need to tick, a 24 hours inspection, guiding the member on what to do. So it's possible that that is the reason I had done it retrospectively.
Also, and it reads 24-hour inspection. There seems to be a stamp there.
No,
saying
that's a
Pangase.
police sign that's just
Yes,
smudged.
but so, there is something that's not legible there.
Okay, it says 24 hours inspection. There's
Yes.
a little comma there, and it says Warrant Officer
I see,
Pangase.
that's what
So
it
I'm
is.
addressing it
Okay.
to him.
Thank
Yes.
you. Then you may proceed. You were
Okay.
helping us work through this.
Sure,
diary.
okay, thank you. On the bottom of the same page, Commissioners, page 803, there's an entry 2021-0701, and I state there, to CHC Depot with Warrant Officers Pangase and Sibia, Tim Flaude of Mega Freight present, unpack of container in order to verify if the contents of the container, we turn over now to 804, if the contents of the container correspond with the packing list, unpack and count completed, approximately 5,395 bags, I shouldn't have said approximately, 5,395 bags of, and I named the animal feed, container resealed, contents of container as per the packing list, all in order, indicated to Tim Flaude, that's the representative of the clearing agent, that our investigation pertaining to the actual container is complete and the container could be released. And then I state that I sent an email to Brigadier D. Naika with regards to documentation furnished by Mega Freight. He is the head of SANEB in head office. So, okay, that's another entry. That's showing that I did go back at a certain date to re-inspect, if you want to call that, or to confirm that there was nothing else further in that container of interest.
Yes.
Can I just understand where you say container could be released?
Yes,
This is on the 1st of July.
yes.
Where is the SARS customs detention situation here?
Their detention notice, Commissioners, was dated the 23rd of June.
Yes.
So I'm not sure whether they did inspect those other 9 containers. So if they had engaged with us to come through and further inspect this container that we had already inspected, I don't think that would have been a problem, but we did it without them.
Yeah,
this
I guess
stage.
my question is,
Yes.
if you are aware, and I really am just trying to understand the facts at this stage, if you are aware, as you are at this point, that the container is under a detention notice by customs, as you have told us previously, when you, without the involvement of customs, at least according to your entry, there doesn't seem to be a recognition of customs involvement.
Yes.
When you, without the involvement or reference to customs, you instruct the clearing agent or you inform the clearing agent that the container can be released.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand how that works in practice.
Customs Commissioner was aware of our find at that container. I can't say with certainty, but I would think that their interest in it had waned since we had already discovered the narcotics in it. So I'm not 100% sure of the sequence
But
of
as we
events.
understand, their interest is the bone meal. So it has
No.
Yeah?
In fact, sorry, Commissioner, to just hope that wasn't rude. No, I'm saying they put a detention on this containers. I can't say with certainty, but I would think for the drugs itself, not for this bone meal, because there was nothing wrong or there was nothing amiss with this commodity. You know, there was nothing that was a red flag about the commodity itself. I think what was of interest was the port of origin, which was the port of Santos, which comes up frequently as one of the ports of origin of drugs, large consignments of cocaine. So it's possible it's based on that, but my suspicion is that they put a detention notice on it for the very same reason that we searched it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We had just gone past page 803, if we could perhaps pick up the pace.
Okay.
Don't have to read every entry, just guide us on how to read this document.
Yes, okay. Maybe, all right, no, it's fine. I don't know if it's of interest, but I've diarized here on the 5th of July 2021 on page 805 at the
Yes.
bottom. You'll see to FSL and Manzimtoti to drop off samples for analysis. So I call it samples, yeah, Commissioner.
What, the entry on the other side, we know the entry on your side, you say it's samples for analysis.
Yes.
You even mentioned that exhibit bags and you mentioned there are still numbers.
Yes.
And you specifically say they are handed over for analysis.
Yes.
And an acknowledgement of receipt per B. I was hoping it would be here, but it's not. But on the other side,
Yes.
does the entry also say it is analysis of samples? Because you have to make the
Yes.
request. They must know what this thing is here for.
Yes.
So what is the entry on the other side?
Thank you, Commissioner. You know, when I did hear this come up at the commission, I went through my notes. Unfortunately, or maybe not unfortunately, I neglected to. When I sent it for analysis, I just sent it, I said it's suspected cocaine, and I'm sending it through for analysis. It doesn't make provision, but still, I think maybe I should have stated that it's a sample of a larger consignment of 541. Just to go a little deeper, it's maybe because I had already touched base with Colonel Kuzwayo on this issue that, I neglected to state that on my covering letter to the FSL, but it was not stated there, but I've got it here, Commissioner.
It's fair then that there could have been confusion between you and FSL.
I wouldn't say there would have been confusion. Commissioner, during every stage of my interaction with them, it was known that we're sitting with 541 kilos. The FSL can't house it. I'm trying to get rid of this, whether it be via an expedited analysis report, or if you tell me I can take it straight for destruction, whichever way. So they were fully aware. They were fully aware, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. We've made note of the entry at 805. Then if we continue.
Okay, all right. Just look.
We're now at 806.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I see on the 2021-07-19, I said, email request to DPP, Advocate KD Governor for assistance, and I find my correspondence in my B clip as per B3. So that was a covering letter giving them a synopsis of what had transpired and basically preparing the DPP's office to now guide us on this matter.
Okay, then we see there are other entries there. And I think if my reading of the document was correct, beyond this point, 806,
Yes.
all the entries are by you.
There is...
Well, except there is somebody called
yes, the one...
Nunda.
Yes.
But there are no, in this context,
Yes.
there are no further entries by Warrant Officer Mpangase.
No, they aren't, Commissioner. Yes.
So you are now the investigating officer fully in charge.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. However, Commissioner, I must point out that wherever you see red writing in this investigation diary would be an inspecting officer that would have been looking at this inquiry and giving advice or comments or guidance in that regard.
Okay. And duly noted, that's the same as your entry at page 803, it's in red.
Yes, at that stage it was Pangase who was the IO, so me being a commander at the unit, the entry needs to be in red so that he acknowledges
And that's the point I'm making.
Yes, yes,
that the inspection in respect of your entries is in red by, please give me the correct rank of the officer here, Nundla.
Yeah, Nandlal, yes.
Huh? Nandlal.
Nandlal, it's a Lieutenant Colonel Nandlal.
And that was the inspecting
Yes.
officer,
yes.
where you are the investigating officer. And the entry in red by you at 803 is where you are the inspecting officer and Warrant Officer Mpangase is the investigating officer.
You are correct,
Okay.
Commissioner. Yeah.
All right, I think, does that...
One more aspect, please, Commissioner,
Yes,
before
yes.
we tie up this. I'd like to draw the Commission's attention to my entry 2021-1104, or even before that, the one on page 809, which is C10. 809. Okay, if you look at the entry 2021-1027, I've made an entry at FSL Manzam Choti, spoke to Warrant Officer Setshedi, in brackets I've got analyst, regarding their Section 212 analysis report status. He indicated that he needed 7 to 10 kilogram exhibits for weighing in order to complete the Section 212 affidavit. Informed him that I would make arrangements with the Port Shepstone office to retrieve said samples with him present. So that's contemporaneous, that's made on the day. And then the entry after that, it follows on the page 809, the entry at the bottom, dated 2021-1104, called Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, Unit Commander, Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Investigations, to make arrangements that I come through with the FSL member to obtain exhibits for weighing. He indicated that he was on a wildlife workshop from the 8th to 12th November 2021, spoke to H. Nika of Customs SARS, arranged to meet the following week. So that's a commander at Customs that I was engaging with as well. So I think that's what I wanted to point out.
Can I just get the following clarifications? If you go to 803, that is now your entry in red.
Yes.
You call that a 24-hour... 803 saying page 803?
Yes.
CJC 268. That
Yes.
is your entry, and you headed it 24 hours inspection of
Yes.
Warrant Officer Mpangase.
Yes.
Then when we go further in the document,
Yes.
and we deal with, is it Lieutenant Colonel or Nundlal at page 807, once
Yeah.
again in red.
Yes.
What is that? You called yours a 24-hour inspection.
Yes.
What inspection is this?
This, let me see. This is a normal monthly inspection, or sometimes it can be a quarterly inspection. This, I'm trying to see, it could have been a month-end inspection. I see it's dated on the, towards the end of July 2021.
So this is a month-end inspection?
Yes.
And how often must this be done? Logic would tell me every month.
Yes.
Would I be correct?
Yes, a monthly inspection of, by virtue of its name. Yes, it's
Yes.
monthly, but you get a quarterly. It depends sometimes on the type of investigation, or if it's not gaining momentum at a certain point in time, and then it starts to, but generally in the police, there needs to be a monthly inspection.
Okay,
Yes.
so preferably a monthly, otherwise quarterly.
Yes.
Okay, this one we see is dated 31st August. Overleaf at 808, there is another one.
Yes.
It's dated October. That's, I'll write
Yes,
that
there's one
one.
in September as well, I see.
Where do you see September?
The one in September is page 808, it's C9. There's a writing in red.
That's 2021-10-20.
The date stamp on it says 16th of the 9th, 2021.
Or you go by the,
Yes.
so what, were there two?
Yeah, this was another one. This was done by a provincial inspection team, meaning this was a team comprising of officers from throughout KZN who would now come to my office and inspect all of our dockets, inquiries, registers, and so forth.
All right. Then working through that document, now that I understand the theory behind the colorful entries, it goes up to C11, right, at 812.
Yes, you're correct.
Am I correct?
Yes.
And I see from C10 at 809, it's all your entries.
Yes.
We are now in October into November, so there was never any further inspection of this file
No.
from September. If you look at 808, from September till November, there were no inspections.
That is correct.
Even the monthly inspection
Yes, there was none done.
and no quarterly inspection.
The quarterly inspection would have now been conducted during the 12th month. Okay, there would have been an inspection in the 12th month, but however, this inquiry was now taken away by head office on the 28th of November 2021, subsequent to the theft of the drugs.
So, and there was quite a bit of activity between that. Why then was it not necessary from September to have monthly inspections? And my question really is premised on the engagement we had earlier about your entry, your inspection of 23rd June 2021,
Yes.
when you said actually the entry was not made on the day, and you accepted that that might be misleading. My question is, how do the commissioners know that in the absence of a monthly, quarterly, 24-hour inspection,
Yes.
that these entries were not subsequent to the fact and not as contemporaneous as you putting
Yes.
forward?
Remember, if you look at it, then I'll give you an example. If you go to page 809, which is C10,
Yes,
right? And then it states there, statement of Sergeant Governor of Border Police filed as per 820.
yes.
Then you can see the date that I've obtained that affidavit is in line, it corroborates with or corresponds with my entry there. So there's no other assurance I can give you aside from that, the fact that my C clip now corresponds with my A clip. Like if I say I obtained the statement on the 1st of June,
Yes.
and then if you look at my A clip, you'll see there's a statement obtained by myself on the 1st of June. So I can't, there's no other safeguard, Commissioner.
No, I appreciate that. So
Yes.
you're saying the fact that there is no monthly or quarterly inspection,
Yes,
the commissioners may draw comfort from the dates of the statements you obtain as you list in the investigation diary itself?
yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I'm happy with that approach. Thank you.
Can I just check that 807, CO8, the very first entry on the 30th of July,
Yes,
and you've got item 3, which is SARS is assisting with investigations. This is a month, 5 weeks later after the
Yes.
operation. What is SARS's continued involvement in your investigation? What exactly are they doing?
you know, Commissioner, I can't see, I didn't make note here, but I would have called the same commander that I alluded to at a later stage, because at some point, let me try and find it, I allude to a meeting that he failed to honor. Let me just try and find this. So I'm not sure the timeline of it. Okay. Yes, I think he may have been otherwise engaged, Commissioner. If I look at 809, page 809, the entry right at the bottom, that's 2021-1104. As I spoke to H. Nika of Customs SARS, arranged to meet the following week. So I'm not sure whether he was not available but we did engage, we did touch base. I would assume there was nothing forthcoming from them for me to really diarize and make and file something that SARS had furnished us. So, you know, I can't say what their involvement was, but I was touching base with them with regards to this.
My question is trying to understand the role of SARS in
Yes.
what is now a police inquiry.
Yes.
The the container is not with them anymore, because you did say that it can be released.
Yes.
So customs is done its part. So I'm trying to understand exactly what would have been their continued role with your investigation.
Okay. Commissioner, sometimes SARS they've got their own profiling team, similar to Border Police, to SEPS. So it wouldn't hurt to make doubly sure that you're getting whatever information is at the disposal of either customs or the police. So hence we bring them on board. But if I had to be honest, they're not very forthcoming in sharing intricacies of where the information came from, what led them to profile a certain container, So we bring them on board as a formality, but I think their mandate is first and foremost customs and excise. So with regards to law enforcement, further investigation in terms of drug investigations, we don't have that much cooperation, but or maybe they're not in a position to assist with further investigation. It's not their mandate. But I'm saying the reason we bring them on board is basically to ensure that we're covering all our bases in terms of whatever container had come in. We're not missing out on paperwork, customs declarations, and all of that.
I think my difficulty with understanding the explanation is I come from, and call it an ignorant position, for lack of a better word, that I don't know, and it's not obvious to me what in this particular operation.
Yes.
After all the facts that we now know, which is you got to a point where you said the container should be released. It's not clear to me, it's not obvious to me what would be the continued involvement of the SARS in your investigation. And if you speak about it, if your answer to me is the way you're handling it, which is in general terms, you're saying, usually this is what we do, it still doesn't answer it doesn't give me any better clarity about what role, in fact, did you have the continued role of the SARS in this particular operation, not generally, but in this operation, because for me it's not obvious.
Yes. Yeah, I think the main objective was to try and find out why did SARS put a detention on this. Obviously, there must have been something that was a red flag, maybe something other than the port of origin, maybe something that could assist us. So it's done. I'm covering my bases. They've put a detention notice on the said container. It wouldn't hurt our cause to engage with them. Let's put it that way, Commissioner. So we had them on board. If they come through with something good, because even part of the DPP's taskings from the prosecution side is to say, get SARS on board, liaise with SARS. So that's what we did, although there was not much forthcoming from them.
Yeah.
Is it not the case that even the SARS people you are liaising with are law enforcement people who are seconded to SARS? I'm just looking here at 808 where you say arrangements made with Commander N of SARS.
Yes.
I won't mention the name for obvious reasons. I'm assuming that's a law enforcement person who conducts investigations also.
Yes.
And whatever they uncover in that investigation may be useful when you take the full exhibits to the prosecutors or other people.
Exactly.
Because there may be photos, for example, that you don't have, but they have of the scene and other things.
Yes, Commissioner. Thank you.
I can see that Commissioner Kumalo is being of assistance, but I'm still not clarified to my question. I'm not clear what in this operation, and I accept your answer is what it is.
Yes.
But I have to say to you that it's still not clear to me in this particular operation what the SARS continued involvement was about. You made reference to a detention notice, I think on the seat clip or something. And I would expect that it provides a reason why they have put this under detention, and I think we saw this. It's supposed to be seen by a vet. So I'm trying to understand what role you were seeing for them in this operation, but I don't want to belabor it. I asked the question to try and understand their continued
But,
involvement. It's still not clear to me.
Yes. Commissioner, maybe just to clarify there, SARS did not put a stop on this because it needed to be inspected by the state vet. That was not their reason for a detention notice. The state vet does it irrespective. That's part of the whole process of this food stuff or certain commodities coming through.
All right,
Yes.
I guess it will be part of our discussion.
All right, thank
We've
you.
had evidence yesterday about this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Thank you, Colonel. I think should I call, the opportunity to put your version across now has officially come to an end and the moment of engagement resumes.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I would like us to start with your paragraph 10 at page 2 of your statement. And as I understand, if you have regard to from paragraph 8, from paragraph 6, you have been involved with SANEB, which is the South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, from technically 2009 to 2018. You had a break for about a year, and from 2020, at paragraph 8, you went back to SANEB, and this time in a senior position, and by February 2022, you were then promoted to the rank of colonel and appointed as the unit commander. And under your unit included SANEB, correct?
That's correct.
So that's quite a long career in, I nearly said in narcotics, but that would be wrong. In the area of investigation of narcotics.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, at paragraph 10, you say, I have coordinated drug operations, managed drug projects, dismantled clandestine laboratories, and been involved in several drug seizures at the port and container ports.
Yes.
Okay, then you deal with a specific seizure of the 22nd of June. My interest here is, would I be correct to understand you to mean that you've done a number of seizures, drug seizures at ports and container ports, including the Durban container port?
Okay,
Would I be correct?
Yes.
Or am I wrong?
That's why I've put there, I've been involved. Personally, this was my first, the one on 22nd June, seizure that I've investigated personally. It was the first seizure at a depot. Usually my investigating officers would do that. This was the first one that I took on personally.
Now, let me understand. I understood the last sentence of paragraph 10 that reads, prior to the drug seizure on 22nd June 2021, I had not conducted a larger seizure.
Yes.
I thought the point you sought to make there was the size of the seizure,
Yes.
not involvement in seizures.
Just to clarify, Commissioner, when I say I've been involved in several drug seizures at the port, meaning I was involved, I played a role either as a commanding officer, just overseeing operations, or physically there assisting with whatever needed to be done. But this was the first one that I took hands-on to investigate, where I was the investigating officer.
So it's not a question of size of seizure, as that after more than 15 years of being involved in SANEB, this is the first time you set foot at the Durban Harbour to conduct a seizure, a drug seizure.
No, it was the
Where
first.
am I missing you? Please
Okay.
try again.
Yes, okay. I've been present at seizures. I
Yes.
was not the investigating officer. I've been there since the inception. We went and opened up containers or reefer containers and discovered drugs in hidden compartments. I was there from the inception, from A to Z,
Yeah.
but I hadn't been the investigating officer
Okay.
thereof. Yes.
Yes, no, I appreciate that.
Why,
but
why do you seek to draw that distinction? Being an investigator or being involved?
Just for the sake of being clear to the Commission, because I think the evidence leader was asking about that.
Does that distinction matter for purposes of what you would know or what you would consider necessary in terms of process?
I hear you, Chair.
Because
Yes,
surely
yes.
surely you were not there purely out of interest. You were there as a police officer,
That's correct.
and surely you would have had an interest in what was going on. So it's not just a visit,
Yes.
a curiosity visit. So the distinction should not really make a difference.
Yes. Chair, just for clarity, when drafting the statement, I was part of the email that was sent to me by the investigators and the
Can you
evidence
just answer the question
Well, it was to
directly?
include this, sorry, Chair.
Can you
It was-
answer the question
Yes, it
directly?
was to include this. I was asked to include this, but whether I had done a larger seizure of drugs at a port.
No. I'm interested in the value of drawing the distinction between involvement, not being an investigator, and being an investigator. I'm interested to know, yes, that's all I'm asking you.
You know, Chair, I think maybe I mentioned
Because,
it.
and bear in mind, I have made the point that surely, as a police officer, you were not there as a curious visitor. So now tell me why you draw the distinction, or what's the practical value for drawing the distinction?
Maybe I'm trying to show the Commission that this was the first one I had handled hands-on from A to Z.
But in terms of what needs to be done, the distinction does not take us anywhere.
No, I won't shy away from that, Chair. That,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you. That's all I want to
Yes.
establish.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Before I pose a question to Colonel Jacob, Commissioners, I would like to refer us to CJC 250 in the exhibit file.
It's the same file.
It would be the same file.
To say 250.
Oh, no.
No.
There's a correction. It's 256. It's
Yeah.
changed to 256.
Mine starts at 255, that's why I was.
Yes, no,
confused.
it starts at 255. The Commissioner is correct.
Okay, no, then
I'm
it's here, 256,
I'm referring
eh?
specifically to 256
Okay, I
at
think
page
it's
705.
This is 256, okay. Yeah, okay, I've got it. Sure. Thanks.
Now, I reference this particular document, that is the SAPS Operational Response Services Durban Harbour Standard Operating Procedure, Cargo Operations, Sector 2021-2022. The Commissioners will recall, and it starts at page 705, the Commissioners will recall that we came across this document yesterday during the testimony of Captain Duma, and it was part of the confidential exhibit file provided to us by Crime Intelligence. And there was sensitivities on the part of the Commissioners whether or not it has been declassified. So I put this document before you as a document sought and obtained from the Durban Harbour. The printer is running at the back to update your files. But in the interim, I would like to distribute an email we received from Brigadier M.G. Newton, Section Head, Visible Policing and Operations, Durban Harbour, Border Policing, KwaZulu-Natal. And technically, for your files, I think it is necessary maybe to read it into the record. It's addressed to our attorneys. In the capacity of the Section Head, Durban Harbour, Brigadier Newton is authorizing the Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the justice system to utilize the content of the Standard Operational Procedure for Cargo Control, Durban Harbour, in an open session. So I just want to specifically address that because I need to turn now to the standard operating procedures. Colonel Jacob, you followed.
And it becomes page 813, right at the back of your exhibit file.
Yes, it becomes page 813. That is the start of CJC 269, and it will be followed by the documents that Brigadier Newton has made available, including this SOP, and they shall follow sequentially thereafter. But it would be the last exhibit in your file currently. Thank you.
269.
Now, it's a CJC 269, Colonel, is an exhibit yet to come.
Oh, this is it. Okay, sure. Okay.
Now, I just wanted to check, you followed my conversation with, my interaction with the commissioners.
Yes.
I was explaining the status of the document. Sorry. I was explaining the status of the document, right?
Yeah.
And giving the commissioners an assurance that we have been given permission to utilize these documents in open session.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
That's all I need. Okay. I would like you to turn to CJC 255 at page 686. If you keep your finger there, if you keep your finger at 686 and go forward. My apologies. If you keep your finger at page 686 and you go forward in the file, you get to CJC 256, and that will start at 705. Do you see, they follow each other?
705, Commissioner, starts at 705, CJC 256.
Yes, starts at 705.
Yes.
Is that what you have?
Yes.
So both of these are standard operating procedures for the Durban Harbour. You understand?
Yes, yes.
Now, the difference really is the first, CJC 255, is for the period 2020 to 2021, as it's reflected as page 686. You see that?
Yes.
And the second one, starting at page 705, is for the period 2021 to 2022. Have you ever seen any of these documents? In your line of work, and I say in your heavy involvement in drug seizures at the port and container port, have you ever come across these documents or even had opportunity to familiarize yourself with their contents?
I have not, Commissioner.
You haven't. Now, if we stay at at CJC 255, I would like you to go to page, I'm looking at paragraph 7, that would be at page 690. And paragraph 7 is headed Duties of Inner Perimeter Cargo Operations. It's got subparagraph 7.1, you see that?
Yes, I do.
Let's skip to paragraph 7.2, Depot Inspection Team. And overleaf, first bullet point, it notes the following. The inspection report is dispatched from the admin profilers once the container has been booked for inspection at the licensed depots. Do you see what I'm reading?
Yes.
Do you know what a licensed depot is?
Yes, I'm aware.
Please explain to the commissioners.
It's one of those depots that Border Police has, or these depots have an agreement with shipping lines, and after the containers arrive at our harbors, at our ports, they're taken to these licensed depots that Border Police have jurisdiction over as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Would CHC depot be one of those?
I heard via the commission that they were.
They were a licensed
Yes,
depot.
yes.
And in fact, you are quite correct.
Yes.
Because if you go to paragraph 4 under mission, at paragraph 5, and that will be at page 659, no, 687, I think. 688 to be more precise. Page 688. My apologies, I just want to check. Yes,
It's the
688,
fifth,
I'm
the
correct?
fifth bullet from the bottom, just above paragraph 6.
Yes. It is area of responsibility, that's paragraph 5. You see that? And yes, Chair, it is the 5th bullet point from the bottom of the listed areas there. And that reads CHC Depot, Isipingo Prospection.
Yes, I see it, Commissioner.
So then you've always known that CHC Depot, Isipingo Prospection is part of is a licensed depot? It falls under the responsibility of the ORS services at the Durban Harbour. It's their area of responsibility. Or is that an understanding you didn't have?
I didn't have that understanding.
So in the times that you were executing these drug busts at ports and at the Durban port, you didn't know the layout of the Durban port and the areas over which ORS has got responsibility?
Not specifically as indicated in this point 5, Commissioner. No.
What did you know about licensed depots?
Yes, I was aware that they are licensed depots. I couldn't name them, but I knew they
Okay.
were contracted to shipping lines, and border police have jurisdiction over them.
So you understood that border police had
Yes.
jurisdiction over licensed depots?
I do
You are
know.
saying what you did not know specifically at the time is that the CHC depot is one of the licensed depots?
Yes, Commissioner.
When did you make this discovery?
I think when Captain or Lieutenant Colonel Duma was giving his evidence.
When you enter the harbour, are these areas not behind some level of security so that I, Mahlapisi Loke, can't just wander in? This is harbour operational areas. They are controlled. And I think Colonel Sanders and Captain Duma testified that you go through security gates. Is that not how it works?
There is a boom gate manned by a security guard, Commissioner.
So it's a controlled environment.
Somewhat, Commissioner.
What do you mean by somewhat?
It's not the
controlled?
most highly secure, yes, but it is controlled. It's controlled.
Now, did you know or do you know that at these depots, that's where sometimes, depending, that these inspections are undertaken?
Yes, I do.
And that sometimes significant seizures are made from these containers?
Yes, I'm aware, Commissioner.
So your testimony to this commission is that all that activity takes place in less than ideal security environments. Is that your testimony?
In some cases, yes, Commissioner.
Okay, now please explain in which cases do you reference?
Like, if I speak specifically about CHC container depot, the depot in itself is not a fortified premises. It's not heavily secured. Except for a boom gate and a security officer manning that boom gate, there's no additional security that I was aware of.
Okay, maybe before I ask my question, what do you mean by fortified?
I use that word, Commissioner, based on your question of the security at these premises. So, I mean, there's nothing that's...
Sorry, Mr. Law said nothing about security.
I didn't.
What Mr. Law said was, so are you suggesting that these operations take place at less than ideal situations?
Okay.
That's
Yes,
the question.
Okay, yes, I can say that, Commissioner.
And now testing from your experience, because I take it you're a very experienced colonel and police officer, that would not be an ideal environment to conduct the seizure as you did on the 22nd of June.
I think that's a stretch of it, Commissioner. I would say with the right manpower, with the correct members, the tactical team, you've got enough support in terms of tactical members, then it wouldn't be a risk. But on its own, to me, it's a vulnerable location.
And on the day, why then once you discovered the drugs, did you not stop everything? You did indicate that you were responsible. you took the decision not to cordon off the area as you tell us at your paragraph 21. Why didn't you hold all operations until you had sufficient manpower on the day?
Okay. Commissioners, I think on the day, if I had to explain, there's so many things that's going through your mind. This, firstly, if I had to put it this way, to let the commission know of what thoughts were going through my mind, what thought process I followed. It's my first visit to CHC container depot. The container was removed from a stack of a lot of it was high up on a stack. They brought it down. It took quite a while to even get that container placed. So when it was placed, I think even the photos in the inquiry will show that there were other containers close by. The working space was not that conducive. So when it was placed, and after the photos were taken, the lock was broken. And upon opening the doors, now I'm faced with this magnitude of drugs that we were not expecting. And I look around and I see, okay, there's a container to the right, there's a container to the left. I've got a narrow kind of thoroughfare that I can offload the drugs or unpack bags and lay them out there. However, the area itself was not, it was going to give us a limited space. Even if I did an outer cordon, an inner cordon, that area was not conducive. So my next thought process was, okay, do I now, logistically, do I move this 27 bags to another part of the depot? There would have obviously been another part that would have not been as congested. Do I move it there? But then I look at logistically, it means us carrying these bags, or how do we move it? Do all our police officers line up and carry it to another place? Do I seal up that container and take the whole container to another workspace? But in my mind, I know the actual crime scene itself is only the container, not the depot itself. So for me, at that stage, I made a decision. I firstly, bearing in mind we didn't have enough bags, the area is small. This is not an offense that required us uplifting physical evidence from the depot. This is not an offense, or the depot itself was not, I wouldn't even say complicit, but they're just an innocent party happened to be in possession of this suspect container at that point in time. If I can give the commission just, to paint a better picture, if this container was at the rear of a truck that was traveling on the N3, and we had information that it had drugs in it, and we pulled over this truck at the side of the N3, do I now say that the side of the N3 is my crime scene and I do an inner and outer cordon there? My point being, I know that's an extreme example, my point being, my actual concern is the crime scene, which is the container. The depot plays no real role in anything, whether I start counting at the depot or whether I do it at a police station, which in my mind is only 4 kilometers away. It's under a 5-minute drive to get there. So I took that decision at that stage based on no bags, based on our situation that we were working in, based on the fact that, like I say, I did not want to unnecessarily prejudice that company. I know these scenes can take hours to process. And where we were at, yes, I could have moved it. But I took that decision based on the distance that Isipingo SAP was away from the CHC depot. 4 kilometers is not a heavy distance. I would say I was more informed to make that decision based on the fact that now we've got uniformed border police guys that are also there. There's 3, me and 2 other members from DPCI. At the back of my mind, I know it's never wise to move exhibits from a scene, but I'm consoling myself by saying to myself that there can never be any question marks or insinuations about the integrity of these exhibits, because I'm now using members that I've never seen before, uniform members in full uniform. We've got a marked police vehicle that can cart the exhibits from the depot to the police station. All of those factors at once, and I knew in my mind, I knew the Isipingo SAP is going to have exhibit bags. So when we get there, it's going to make putting them in bags, sealing them, all of that much easier, and we enter them into the SAP 13. So that was my thought process, Commissioners, when I made that decision. It's a decision that I will now rue, I think, for the rest of my life. It's something that I will regret. I made that decision on the day based on the factors that I've just explained.
I'm sorry, I hope I won't interrupt your thought process. I have serious difficulties with that response. Reason is, you have given a number of reasons why you considered it not to conduce to a proper operation for you to work where the container was. You've given a number of reasons. And those reasons have nothing to do with the one reason that you do give in your statement at paragraph 21. You give the reason at paragraph 21 towards the end of your substantiation, and it is the only reason you give. But now in response to Advocate Sillo, you give a number of reasons.
Yes.
I have difficulties with that. Yes. Is this not trying to rationalize the situation after the event?
Chair, I take what you are saying.
Because, I mean, if you have so many reasons, surely this is something that you thought about at the time, and something that should also have been uppermost in your mind when you drafted this statement.
Yes.
But it's all of that is simply absent. And you give just one example, and which seems not to be that important to you because you mention it right at the tail end. But it is that one reason that you give in your statement. I don't understand that.
That was my thought process, Chair. There was I've got minutes to make a decision that's going to either mean going in one direction and calling the necessary guys out, and maybe there's going to be time constraints for those guys to mobilize. I had a lot of things running through my mind.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true.
Yeah.
If at all that was indeed the motivation, but it is not in your statement. All of those are the important reasons, but they are not in your statement.
Yes.
There's the one reason, which when you substantiate now,
Yes.
seems to be something not that important, but it's the only reason that you mention here. That's the difficulty I have.
Yes, I've got no comment to that, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I am aware it's about lunchtime. Can I just close with one question? And then we'll leave this topic and start a new one after lunch. Colonel, so now we've established that CHC depot is a licensed depot. We've established that ORS, Durban Harbour, has full responsibility over that area. Do you accept that?
I do.
And you knew at the time? You knew at the time?
I didn't know specifically CHC was listed as this, but I knew Border Police worked there. Yes.
Okay, but when you were at this particular depot carrying out the operation, you knew now you are under the auspices or the jurisdiction of ORS Durban Harbour?
May I give...
No, I just wanted to know if you
Okay,
knew at the time, or did
no,
you think that you were next to a public area?
Commissioner, I think my answer to that is I did not think there was any obligation for DPCI now to... I didn't know of this document.
You're not being fair, Colonel. I asked you a simple question. Did you know at the time of the execution of the operation whether you were in the area over which the ORS Durban Harbour had jurisdiction? Did you know that fact?
I knew they worked there. I didn't know they had sole jurisdiction, that they were there.
So if there were any security concerns you may have had, you could have called on them. They are available. They are your members. They are part of SAPS.
Yes, but they...
Okay.
Yes.
Did you call them to come assist?
I called the members that were there, Commissioner. There were two that eventually drove the vehicle, but from my recollection, there were about 4 or 5, maybe even 6, 4 to 6 of them that were at the depot.
Colonel, at this stage, you are a very senior member within SOCIU. If you say that there is that as a jurisdiction of, for ORS Durban Harbour, there's a command structure within SAPS that I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yes,
If you need assistance, you know who to turn to.
Yes.
And even that day, you knew who to turn to. I would take it you talk to the harbour commander or somebody. You just don't talk to random police members that you see walking past. Surely you don't.
No, in fact, Commissioner, they radioed their commander to inform him that they were going to assist with regards to conveying exhibits to Isipingo SAP.
Okay, we will get there after lunch, but my question is your
Yes.
conduct and your decision. You never called ORS commander.
No, I did not.
So would I be correct then to say the moving to Isipingo had nothing to do with security and had nothing to do with the fact that Umlazi was 11 kilometers from your work area? That was not relevant to your decision at the time.
No, I disagree with that,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Chair, it's 10 past
Yes.
1. I've eaten
Yeah,
a bit into
just-
that hour.
Thank you. For the record, let me just indicate what the one reason you give is. You say, paragraph 21, I did not want to prejudice the company by closing them down for the rest of the day as they were not suspects in the matter. Yeah, I just mentioned that you had one reason. For the record, I just want to state that reason. I'm not asking for a comment. Thank you. Let's
Thank you, Chair.
adjourn and come back at 10 past.
Good afternoon all. It is 14:09. We are ready to resume. Please switch off your devices. Make sure they're quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, Colonel. If you could just have your mics ready.
Good afternoon,
Colonel.
Commissioners.
Colonel, I would like now to turn to the day of the seizure. That's the 22nd of June, 2021. You start with that at page 11, at paragraph 11, on page 2 of your statement. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you indicate that you had received information from Captain Duma of Crime Intelligence, and you describe the nature of the information. You then indicate, I called Mbangase after the call from Captain Duma. He indicated that he would brief Brigadier, now you have clarified Nuswa, accordingly. I asked him to inform the Brigadier that I was booking on duty to attend to the scene, or to the same. Yes. You were officially on leave from the 10th of June till the 30th of June, is that correct?
May have been the 10th, but not till the 30th. It was the 28th probably, because I was back at work on the 29th of June.
Okay, we'll cross-check that.
Yes.
But it's official leave and it's loaded onto the SAP system.
That is correct,
So
Commissioner.
as far as the system is aware, you are not working as a qua policeman during that time.
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct.
Now, you say here, I asked him to inform him that I was booking on duty. Can you explain to the commissioners how that happens? The system books you off, you are not there. How do you get to attend operations during that time? Do you require approval by your senior? And is it possible that your senior may refuse to grant approval, and what would the effect of that be?
Okay.
Or, if I can just conclude, or is it entirely up to you to decide when during your leave you are back on duty and you are off on duty, from duty again?
Okay. My understanding, Commissioners, is when you're on leave, you're on leave. However, a policeman, if there's an exigent or some circumstance, like a robbery is committed in front of you or some offense, you're obligated to act. So in those circumstances, yes, you may book yourself on duty. However, in this instance, this is not something that's urgent or life-threatening. I would have needed my commander to grant approval for me to resume duty or to book on duty and to conduct this operation.
Would your commander require an explanation as to why you must be booked back on duty, if it's not an urgent matter?
Yes, he would.
So now when you say you asked Warrant Officer Mpangase to inform him that you are booking on duty,
Yes.
you were not seeking his permission. You were saying, inform him that I'm back on duty, effectively.
Okay, it's a play with words, but yes, I hear you, Commissioner. In fact, I'm supposed to request authority to book on duty.
So is your correct testimony that you asked Warrant Officer Mpangase to request on your behalf from Brigadier Nuswa that you be back on duty for the 22nd to attend to this operation?
That would be
Okay,
correct.
is that what you meant?
That's what I meant, Commissioner.
Now, and it's acceptable in SAPS and the PCI that you do that verbally. You don't have to make a formal request.
Yes,
It's
it
not
is.
recorded anywhere that it has happened.
There is record of it. Probably your commander will make a pocket or diary entry to that effect. You as the subordinate would also make an entry to that effect, booked on duty. Maybe who did you inform, that type of thing. So it does happen in exceptional circumstances.
You remember that before we broke for lunch, we looked at your investigation diary, CJC 268, your handwritten diary that you helped us work through to understand.
Yes.
Would this not be a matter that is supposed to be reflected in the investigation diary?
Not necessarily in the investigation diary, Commissioner.
So it is reflected only in your commander's personal diary.
I would say in his diary, as well as informing our HRM, our persons that are in charge of leave and that sort of thing. So I think that would also be pertinent. And the reason I'm saying that is because sometimes members ask for the time due back at some point in time. So there must be official record thereof.
So are you suggesting perhaps Brigadier Nyuswa is the only one who can shed light on this to advise whether or not he informed HR and there was a formal record of you being back on duty?
No, it wouldn't be up to him to inform HR, Commissioner, because he sits at a different office. My HR person is at my building. So I would inform my HR person and make a photocopy of my diary as to what did I book on duty for and what were my duties for that day. And that would be stored in a time due register or a file that if you needed that time at some point in time, you can request it.
Did you do so on this day?
I didn't request that time back. But
Now, did you file the documentation that you just referenced? with HR?
no, I didn't file it. I just made a diary entry.
Why didn't you file it with HR for record purposes?
I didn't want to take that time back, Commissioner. It was not something that was a necessity for me.
It's time you're entitled to pay for. Why don't you want it back?
I was on leave for that period, and I worked I think I left home just after 7 maybe, or 8, around there. I'm not sure I got back in the afternoon. Sometime I would think even before 4. So I wasn't really concerned about that time. In fact, if I may go further to add, I love my job. You know, I look forward to working. It gives me a thrill to do a drug bust or any operation. And maybe if I may go further, Commissioners, with your indulgence, when I looked at my diary, even I see on the 22nd of March this year, as recent as that, I had come back from a vacation in Margate and still on vacation leave. And one of my SANEB guys called me to assist to execute a search warrant where the occupant was only at home for certain periods, for an hour at a time. So every time my members went out, they were missing him. So at this point in time, it was a Sunday. I had just arrived from Margate, and he's a captain now, I won't mention his name, gave me a call to say he's trying for his SANEB members, and they're going to take a while to mobilize because none of them were in the area. And he asked me, and my name's always on every search warrant they do, because I'm very operational. So he asked me to come through and assist. So I went there, we intercepted the guy before he could leave, and the members joined maybe about 45 minutes later. So my point in relaying the story is that it's not out of the ordinary in our line of work to book on duty, whether you're on leave or it's a weekend or whichever. Thank you.
Civic duty.
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
Now,
You make the time you participated in this operation to be minimal. Based on what you say, it was actually a whole day.
Yes,
It was a whole day.
Yes, it was. Yes.
Yeah, no, I just want to clear that because
Yes.
you sounded as if you were making it very minimal.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, and I still proceeded to be on vacation leave thereafter. You know,
I get
yes,
that.
okay,
I'm just
yes.
talking about this one
Yes.
day.
No, you're correct, sir.
Can I ask one question on this topic? Because you were on leave, the decision you make to book yourself for the purposes of doing this, why did you not assign it to somebody in your team who was equally capable of assisting? Why did it have to be you?
Commissioner, it's not every day that you get an opportunity to participate in an operation where you're stopping or you're inspecting a container that's suspected to contain drugs. It's something that, for me, it was something that was worth going to work for, to obviously check this information out.
My difficulty with that is that if you look at your entry, at this point, all you knew that it was 27 kilograms,
Yes.
just one bag. So it was not something that was so significant that you needed to break away from your leave and be the one who attends, even a junior officer or somebody in your team who is capable of attending a bust of 27 kilograms could have done that. We subsequently learned that it was more, but
Yes.
at the time when you took the decision, you were told that it's 27 kilograms.
Okay.
So I don't understand why it was so important for you to say, I'm on leave, but I will participate.
Okay. I've got a response, Commissioner. We only became aware of the number that Captain Duma, at that stage, Captain Duma, the number of kilos that he suspected was only relayed to us when we reached Isipingo and did a briefing prior to proceeding towards CHC. We proceeded to Isipingo area where my two members, together with myself, met with Captain Duma. It's only then that he told us it was 27 kilograms, Commissioner.
Yeah, but
Can I-
you keep changing that, to fit with the timeline. I had understood that when they called you, you were at home, they gave you this information, they came to pick you up. Now you are saying you only found out when you arrived at the depot that it was 27 kilograms.
Not the depot, Commissioner. Prior to the depot, maybe it's here in my statement somewhere. I'll look at it. I'll tell you which paragraph.
Paragraph 13.
Paragraph 13. We met with Captain Duma in the Isipingo area. He informed us that there were alleged to be 27 pieces of cocaine in a container number, and I go on to name the container.
Now you see, it's 27 pieces and 27 kilograms, because I'm reading from your investigation diary on page 800. 27 pieces, I thought it's something different.
No,
Because here you say, information received from CI was that a container containing plus minus 27 kilos.
okay,
And then you, yeah.
yes. Where are we reading that from, Commissioner?
CJC
Yes.
268 at page 800. That is your investigation diary.
Okay, all right.
The first entry.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner, this entry is made by Warrant Officer Mpangase, right? He lists information received from CI was that a container containing plus minus 27 kilos of the drug cocaine was kept at Isipingo. So I'm not sure what time he made it, but he made it on the 22nd of the 6th. And 22nd of the 6th is when I became aware it was 27 kilos or units, pieces or units, only when I proceeded with them to Isipingo and we did a briefing initially with Captain Duma. That's when the quantity that was alleged to be within the container was indicated to us.
So as far as you are concerned, when you decided to get away from your leave, it could even have been 5 kilograms, because
Yes, it could have.
that's why I still don't understand your decision that I'm on leave, but I will participate.
Okay.
Other team members will not participate. I will do it.
If I can just pick it up from there, and that is my challenge. Because according to your investigation diary, that was the first entry you read. The first entry gives you the weight, it gives you container number.
Yes,
It's the second entry read thus.
yes,
Myself, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob, Warrant Officer Sibia from Durban DPCI, together with CI member, proceeded to Isipingo Prospection Warehouse. You see that?
yes, I see.
So from this document, it appears the information was there before you even got to the harbor.
Yes, Commissioner. I think maybe Warrant Officer Pangas just got it mixed up because, Commissioner, with all due respect, if you look at every statement, every document in this inquiry, nothing reflects otherwise.
Okay, let me ask this question. At the time you received the call, before you were picked up from home at 7,
Yes,
please summarize the information you had received.
yes. Okay, at that stage when Captain Duma had called, he reminded me that, you remember I told you there's something coming on a container. It's at Isipingo, I think he did tell me, but he didn't give me quantity. And I told him I'm on vacation leave. He didn't have to insist that much. I was wanting to go, honestly. So when he told me there's this information that we should meet, he's spoken to Mpangase, and that we should meet at Isipingo. Then I told him, okay, I'll talk to Mpangase. I'll ask him I need to book on duty, but I will come through. So it was only when we proceeded to Isipingo, even in the vehicle, Pangase never knew the amount, according to me, because we didn't discuss any of that, even Colonel Spear. None of us knew the quantity until, or me personally, I'm talking for myself, none of that was discussed. It was only when Captain Duma met us in Prospecton, prior to going to CHC depot, we met at some garage, that he briefed us on the container number together with the alleged quantity of narcotics within that container.
So technically, when you decided to book yourself on duty, you can't say it was because it was at the prospect of a large drug seizure, because you had absolutely no idea as to size.
No, I didn't have any idea.
You just booked yourself on because it was a drug bust, a potential drug bust.
Because, yes, and more especially a container was involved, Commissioner.
And what's the relevance of a container?
You
being
don't get a
involved?
container inspection or information pertaining to a container every day. It's something that rarely happens. I know between 2020 and 2022, we had a lot of those, but prior to that and even subsequent after that, these are very few and far between. It's not every day that you get one of these busts.
I don't understand, because at paragraph 14, you are the one who introduced the notion of rip-on, rip-off load. And that view you formed immediately upon seeing the container, and then overleaf you then describe this modus operandi. And I read all you have set out there.
Yes.
As deriving from your experience, that with these containers, you know the rip-on, rip-off modus operandi. So now you are saying you were excited because it's a container.
Yeah.
But at 14, 15, it sounds like you have had experience in rip-on, rip-off operations involving containers. So, unless I'm misunderstanding you.
Yes, once again, Commissioner, I've been to a few, but I'm saying it's not every day like catching a street dealer or somebody, a drug dealer that we've been targeting. This is something that's coming from another country. It's a commodity that's originated from there. There's a little more. It's more satisfying when you seize or are involved in an operation of this nature. So.
Okay.
So can I please ask a slightly different question? I understood you to say earlier that your commander was, I think, Colonel Lomo.
Yes.
So why do you speak to Nuswa instead of your immediate commander that you are booking onto duty?
Okay. Commissioner, I'm going to try and say this with no disrespect to the Colonel Glomo. Colonel Glomo had come back on a contract to work within the SAPS. It's those members that went off at 60, and then there was an opportunity to come back on a contract. And the Colonel was not very much au fait with operational matters or anything of that nature. It's by virtue of her rank and seniority that she was acting unit commander. And at that stage, they were rotating maybe on a 2-week basis. I can't recall, but there was not somebody placed there permanently or for a longer duration that now you could engage with and keep them posted on your developments. So it was wrong. I should have contacted her, but she was not one of those colonels that was hands-on with operations or anything of that nature. It was understood that anything of operational nature would be discussed with our brigadier, or he would be the one to give you guidance or whatever you needed. Thank you.
Except here, according to you, you didn't speak to Colonel Nuswa. You sent Mpangase, Warrant Officer Mpangase, to do that. So you're not discussing anything operational with Nuswa.
Yes.
You actually just sent somebody to say, just brief him or whatever, that I'm coming on to duty. So that can't be, what you've just said now can't explain why you skip your immediate commander. And remember that in your earlier evidence you said you must inform your immediate commander. So Nuswa is not your immediate commander. still the question is, why do you not comply with the requirement that if you are signing on back to duty in these circumstances, you speak to your commander, you inform your commander? That's, if you would answer that first, actually.
Yes. Commissioner, I've got no valid reason for not doing so. It was an error on my part.
Okay. And even with Nuswa, you don't speak to him. You get a warrant officer, someone much junior to you, that you get him to be the one that tells that senior person, Nuswa, that you are coming back on duty instead of you reporting yourself to be back on duty. Can you just explain, because it is an anomaly?
Yes.
Why do you behave that way?
Commissioner, initially when Pangase told me he's going to brief the brigadier, I assumed he's going personally to him to brief him. And I know in the mornings is the time that our brigadier normally is engaged with whatever duties he does. But that being said, I thought Pangase was going to have a one-on-one and inform him what's happening. But even though it's not stated in my statement, the brigadier did remind me that I did call him, even prior to when I first allude to in my statement, where I say that was at Isipingo parking area that I called him. And
That's not my question. My question is, when you send Mpangase to brief Nuswa that you are coming back on duty, why do you send Mpangase? You have his number. You have Nuswa's number, I must assume.
yes,
The requirement, as you explain it, is you tell your commander, right? We've established you don't tell your commander. You speak to somebody else who is above your commander. But the second question that I'm asking you now is, well, why do you not speak to Nuswa yourself to report yourself back on duty? Because you're reporting back on duty, right? Why do you not do that?
I can't give you an answer, Commissioner, but if Pangase, he did give me feedback that the brigadier said it's okay. But if...
Maybe he lied. My concern is not what Mpangase said to you.
Yeah.
My concern is to get a satisfactory explanation for this obvious irregularity. It's an obvious irregularity. You are on leave, one. So the context matters. You are on leave. You get a call to be told there are these drugs. You don't speak to your commander to say, I'm signing on to duty. You don't speak to your commander, you skip your commander. You speak to Nuswa that eventually there are problems, his involvement with this eventually. But you don't speak to your commander. You send a warrant officer, someone junior to you, to speak to Nuswa. You knew he was not going to talk to your commander. You send him to speak. When he says, I'll speak to the brigadier, you say, you knew he was going to speak to Nuswa because your commander was on and off, and it was known that you speak to Nuswa about matters operational. So we know you never were under any impression that Mpangase was going to speak to your commander. You knew he's going to speak to Nuswa. And all I'm asking you is, why do you not call Nuswa yourself? Now that you've decided the person to speak to is Nuswa, not Lomo, why do you not call him yourself?
I've got no response to that, Commissioner. I should have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
On that,
Oh, yes, Chair.
thank you. On the reason that you give about your immediate commander, which is that she was not involved in operational matters, I will not accept that at face value. You are on leave, and all that you needed to do was to report that I'm coming back. I'm no longer going to be on leave, just for this limited period. I see nothing operational in that. That's admin. I see you nodding your head, so you agree with me. That's pure admin.
Yes.
So basically, you have not responded to Commissioner Baloyi's question.
Yes, Chair. I should have. It was an error on my part. I should have.
So you accept that you did not do what you had to do, and you basically had no reason for not doing it. This thing about operational simply does not apply.
Yes. I concede.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So now we know that you and Warrant Officer Mpangase are now aware of this potential operation, and you decide to attend to the scene, correct?
Yes, correct.
Would I be correct to say, technically, the DPCI operation has started, or not yet?
At which point, Commissioner?
Once you decide you are going to CHC depot, to follow up on the information given by Captain Duma of Crime Intelligence?
For me, I would say once I was fetched by my members, it would have commenced. For me, that's when my duty would have commenced.
No, not duty. I want to know, when does the operation, yeah, in your understanding?
Yes, in my understanding, the operation is actually at the scene where you're operationalizing this intelligence. So for me, the operation would have commenced upon our arrival at CHC depot.
May I suggest that it has to be before, because, firstly, as to who turns up to follow up on the information is a decision that must be taken.
Yeah.
And that decision must be based on a purpose.
Yes.
Right? And that is the start of the operation. It can't be when you all arrive and then you say the operation commences. That's not how you run operations. I would like to believe that even in this PCI, when you decide to move from your offices to a particular place in pursuit of something or intelligence received, you are already in an operation. Do you have a difficulty with that proposition?
No, I agree with you.
Okay. Now, accepting then that this is what happened here, you are the most senior.
Yes.
Am I correct at the time?
That's correct, Commissioner.
You are in charge of this, and I'll put it in inverts, if you are more comfortable, quote-unquote operation.
Yes.
Who decides the team to carry out this operation?
In this instance, it was myself.
It was you.
Commissioner, yes.
Now, so you decided to involve Warrant Officer Mpangazo. Do you say that decision was already made for you?
That decision was made already by Captain Duma.
Did you have any power to override it?
If I wanted to, yes, they would have been.
Okay. And then who's the next member of your team?
It was at that stage Warrant Officer Sibia.
And that was
Sibia.
your choice? He was your choice?
Yes, he was.
Was he also chosen by, and I say chosen in inverts, by Captain Duma, or was that your personal choice?
That was my choice, Commissioner.
And on what basis was that? Why did you decide on him that he is the best person suited for this operation?
Okay. If my memory serves me correctly, when Pangase called me, when I called Pangase and he had informed me that Duma had already spoken to him,
Yes.
at that stage we knew we were going to operationalize this. And Pangase was at that stage going around the office checking who's around. So I'm not sure what he had said to me. I'm not sure, I can't really recall, but I asked him check if KG is there, KG Sibia. Just for the purpose of, manpower, and we have our colleagues that somehow we tend to choose. Obviously, if there's 10 members and you only require 3, I'm just saying, you will choose those that you have worked with before, that you've got a good understanding with. So there wasn't that much thought behind it, but just put somebody that you normally work with and you've got a good understanding with.
And also, it wasn't made on the basis that you appreciated this is a potential drug bust, that, do you say it's Warrant Officer Sibia? What?
Yes.
Warrant Officer Sibia potentially brings some expertise in that regard. That is not the basis of your decision.
No.
You just thought of a name and you decided he'll join.
He's competent enough, although he was not a fundi in drug cases, he's a detective.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you know you're going to the depot, which is around the harbour area. Earlier, in response, I think, to a question posed by the chair, you made reference to joint operations and you spoke of the involvement of SARS.
Yes.
Did you at that time consider this to be potentially a joint operation or not?
No, not at all at that stage, Commissioner. No.
At that stage you didn't?
No.
Okay. So if it wasn't a joint operation, then it was a pure DPCI operation?
Yes, yes, and DPCI and crime intelligence.
And crime intelligence, yes, your source. Did it at any juncture become a joint operation in your understanding? And if so, under what circumstances?
Okay, I'm using the term loosely joint operation, but whilst on the scene, we requested assistance from border police. So I don't know whether technically we can define it. I don't think it's a joint operation because they were not briefed, they were not expecting to be of assistance to us. So I wouldn't call it a joint operation.
So it really was never a joint operation?
No, it was not.
I would like you to jump to your paragraph 18. And there is a statement you make at paragraph 18 that I want to make sure I don't misunderstand. You see, the paragraph that starts upon inspection of one of the bags, okay?
Yes.
The third sentence in that paragraph reads, there were other border police-cargo operations team unit, inspection unit, uniform members at the depot that were inspecting other containers. Do you see that?
Yes, that's correct.
Were these people, I'm trying to understand why you make the statement here. Yeah. Were they part of your operation, or you are just mentioning police teams that were at the depot doing their own jobs, inspecting other containers? I'm not sure I understand that statement.
Okay, but I just wanted to describe how did the border police come about to assist or to convey exhibits, these drugs to the police station, and it was upon my request.
So they were part of your operation?
Eventually they were part of it after me requesting assistance, more especially in terms of transporting exhibits from point A to point B.
Now, if we go to CJC 268, perhaps maybe I'm slow in understanding. At page 801 of that exhibit, perhaps let's start at 800, at point 4 at the bottom. So I start the point at the beginning. The container was properly closed and locked, the seal intact. The seal was broken and the container was opened in the presence of supervisor of the warehouse. I take it that is Ms. Pile?
Yes.
Customs official Ntutuko Kuzwayo. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
ORS members, Sergeant Mkize and Sergeant Gavin and 27 black canvas bags were observed placed right at the end of the something commodity, just behind the container doors.
Cargo.
Cargo commodity. Thank you, Chair. Cargo/commodity. You see that?
Yes, I see that, Commissioner.
The people listed here, did they just happen to be around, or were they part of this particular operation? Because when I read the investigation diary, it sounds like they were part of your operation and officially there to witness the breaking of the seal. And here in your statement you say that they were inspecting other containers. So I'm trying, are they here by chance? Are they here as part of an operation? Where do we land?
You know, if, Commissioners, if memory serves me correctly, they were not present when the actual container was placed, when the photos were taken of it, the lock being cut open. According to my memory of that day, they were not present for that. They were not present for that. It's only after us discovering this 27 bags that it piqued interest around the warehouse, and I think even they walked towards the area, and that's how it came about that I asked for assistance.
So Warrant Officer Mpangase is wholly wrong in what he has recorded in this investigation diary.
I stand to be corrected, but my memory tells me that the border police guys just came a short while after discovering the narcotics, the black canvas bags.
Now, you recall earlier we discussed the issue of monthly, quarterly inspection, and You referred me to the statements you had obtained during your investigation, and you said that those statements have got a date attached to them, and that will at least demonstrate to the commissioners that these entries were not effected post-fact, okay?
Yes.
Now, I looked at this, and in fact, when I look at the inquiry, firstly, you don't state in your statement that there was a customs official by the name of Lt-Col Govan. And when I look at the investigation diary, there is no statement by this customs official.
Okay. Just bear with me, Commissioner, please. It's in this one.
Can I help you? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for my original statement, Commissioner, that I did file in the inquiry. I'm not sure where it is in your bundle, but I know I've got it.
Give me a date, perhaps we'll be able to help you. Please try page 574, CJC 243.1. Take it there.
24.
He said the first one.
CJ?
I want you to look at CJC 243.1 at 574.
Yes.
So that is the first statement is unsigned that we find in the inquiry file. Is that the statement you are looking for?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
It should be the unsigned statement. Okay, this is the document you were looking for, Colonel?
Yes, yes. Yes.
Okay, you can then deal with it.
Okay. Paragraph 5 of the said statement, Commissioner.
Yes.
Line 3. So I mentioned SAPS members mentioned above, as well as Lt-Col Govan from Customs.
Yes, continue.
Yeah, I see that I did write here. Sergeant Simkize and P. Governor from ORS, I did erroneously, I would think, Commissioner. And maybe if I had to elaborate on that. When I looked at the statements, preparing for the commission, I saw that the border police guys did not, in their statement, state that they saw the breaking of the seal. So to them, so I think when I put it here, I just wrote from my memory thinking they were, but when I did go through the inquiry again, I noted that none of those two members mentioned that they witnessed the breaking of the seal. So this is not corrected, Commissioner.
This is your first statement?
Yes, it was.
The very first you,
Yes.
and you say this statement, the very first you did, is not correct. So it would have been, when would you have made it? It's not dated.
Yes.
What day? It doesn't have a date, a month. When do you think you prepared this one?
I can't say, Commissioner.
Okay, I can tell you that your next statement, which is CJC 243.6,
Yes.
is dated the 9th of November, just to give you perspective.
Okay.
So when do you think this one would have come into being?
Definitely before that.
Before.
Yes.
And then if you go back to your investigation diary, why is it you, the investigating officer, never sought or obtained a statement from this customs official, Lt-Col Govan?
Okay, let me look through the investigation. Bear with me,
Please.
Commissioner. I'm not sure whether it was taken. Tell me, does this, Commissioner, does this bundle have all of the statements that were deposed to in the inquiry?
I'm going by your investigation diary.
Or my investigation?
They are listed
Okay.
here.
Okay,
Yes.
let me look at
And
that.
this particular statement is
Yes.
not one of them.
That notwithstanding, Colonel, do you remember yourself ever contacting this customs official in Lt-Col Govan, or rather getting a statement from him?
I'm just going to quickly check here, Chair, please, if you bear with me. I'm going to check it.
So you basically say the possibility is there that you might have taken the statement, but you've forgotten.
Yes, yes.
All right,
I
okay.
can't recall.
Okay.
I would have thought it would have been prudent to do so.
Okay, you may look then.
I can confirm that based on the inquiry file we have,
Yes.
we haven't come across such a statement, and I can accept that perhaps it may have become mislaid in the file. So I thought the investigation diary will clarify for me whether or not it was ever obtained.
Yes.
And my challenge is I see your investigation diary makes no reference to that particular statement of the customs official.
Yes, there's no statement I see.
It doesn't.
Yes.
So, my concern is, as you correctly stated your paragraph 18, these were just observers to what was happening. If that Kuzwayo was on the scene, it was not in his official capacity as a customs officer. Do you accept that? To witness this particular operation.
Commissioner, now it's coming back to me.
Yes.
This Lt-Col Govan was the customs liaison guy for CHC. I had it wrong when I said he's from customs, because when they did identify him, all that stuck in my head, I think, was customs. So I thought of him as a customs official, but I think subsequently it turns out that he was somebody attached to the depot whose job it was to engage with customs, something of that nature. But, for now, that's what's coming to my mind, that when I said customs, I think at a later stage we realized, no, this guy is not really customs. When they said customs, he's the one who deals with customs issues. So it's maybe because of that, and I had taken statements from lots of other eyewitnesses at the depot. So maybe, I'm just thinking in hindsight, maybe I had enough statements from witnesses, that is why I didn't obtain his. But I stand to be corrected there. That's just my memory of it.
And in fact, it is so that you personally, as the lead of this team, did not seek to involve any custom official or customs, or invited them to the operation. You didn't.
No, I did not, Commissioner.
You didn't.
Yes.
So then, once again, the commissioners must accept that Warrant Officer Mbanga's entry in the investigation diary that the seal was broken in the presence of inter alia customs official Lt-Col Govan is wholly misleading. There was no such customs official.
Yes, yes, you're correct, Commissioner.
Would it be fair to suggest to you that that is done deliberately by Warrant Officer Mbangase and done deliberately by you in your first unsigned statement at paragraph 5 to give the semblance of officialdom to this operation? Would it be?
No, Commissioner.
Why would it not?
There would be no benefit to just include somebody, just say he's from customs for the sake of it, because any detective that knows what's what will know that you're going to get caught out with this. It's not something, it was not something done maliciously or with any intent behind it. I think it was just when we took down notes of, it would have been Pangas, as to who was on the scene, warehouse manager, there I see there's a security, I won't go with the name, but from HIMAX Security, there was different officials around, or different staff members from the warehouse. So it's possible, when this guy even used a reflector, from what I could gather, that looks somewhat like what customs guys use on the scene as well. So maybe that was part of the reason, but I'm sure even if we look at who this person is, maybe he's got some customs on his title or so that could have thrown us off, but it was not intentional, Commissioner.
Can I raise my difficulty with this? One, this is a second instance of the investigation diary not being an accurate reflection of what in fact happened. The first, remember, it is your entry that is dated the 23rd of June. We had that discussion earlier and established that to the extent that represents to a reader that entry was made on the day by you, on the 23rd, that is misleading.
Yes.
This is a second thing. This time the entry is made by Warrant Officer Mpangase.
Yes.
There was no customs official present when the seal was broken. You have explained that you have since found out that he is in fact a person who is a liaison for CHC, not a custom officials. So that's misrepresentation in your diary. And then there's Sergeant Mkhize and Govender. They were not there when the seal was broken. That is a misrepresentation. In fact, you say that you in your statement that to the commission, you don't mention them as present because you've seen their statement that they don't speak to being present. So that's another instance that this investigation diary, one, a reader has to be cautious when reading it, not accept without more that what it reflects is accurate. Do you accept that's a fair position to take? Okay. And lastly, my concern is you, in your statement, seem to, and this is the statement at 574, the one that you made in 2021, which is not dated, you basically copied what Mpangase said in the investigation diary or in your discussion with him at paragraph 5, where you say there's Ntutuko Kuzwayo from Customs, Sergeant Mkhize and P. Govender. You list exactly the same people that he entered in the investigation diary. You basically copied from there. This statement in 2021, immediately, fresh after the incident, whenever in 2021 that was, it would still have been very fresh, contains matter that is not correct. And you would have known that as you put it down as what you are saying and what you observed is in fact inaccurate.
Yes,
and it's misleading.
I can concede it's misleading.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And if we move to CJC, 243.6, that is now your second statement, CJC 243.6. That is a signed statement dated the 9th of November.
Page?
It starts at page 589, Chair.
589.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Have you located it, Colonel?
1 second, Commissioner. 589. Yeah, I've got it. Yes.
Now, if you go to page 592, that's where your signature appears, and it's dated 9th November 2021. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, let's go back a bit, and we go to your paragraph 7 of that statement. You say the seal was intact and correspondent with that on the document, seal number H1905754 refers. The seal was broken by an employee of the warehouse in the presence of the warehouse manager, security officer, ORS members, Captain Duma, and DPCI members.
Yes.
The customs official has disappeared here. Is it because you realized the error that it was never a customs official? What's happening?
Yes, it could be the case.
No, I want to know if it is the case or
Yes,
not.
yes, because it came back to my memory, which means I discovered it at some point in time, so it would make sense that I...
How did you
that-
discover?
Maybe while talking to the warehouse manager, I'm not even sure, but we did obtain a statement from the warehouse manager. It's quite possible that while engaging with the, it came out that this guy he's not really a customs official. He's somebody who works for the warehouse.
See, when you answer that way, then it's quite possible that that is not how you discovered.
It's possible. I'm just
Okay. So
speculating.
somehow, miraculously, you are able to correct this error. Let's continue.
Sorry, but you also don't mention that customs person, liaison, even after you say you have, look at the list of who you mention. So it's not just a function of you've since clarified that the person you thought was a customs official is in fact a custom liaison person of CHC. In fact, he finds no mention whatsoever, so you're one person short now.
Yes.
Okay.
And if we continue for that now, we have to go back to your original statement, and I take it this is actually your best statement, because your memory is at its very best. The unsigned statement at 574.
Yes.
Subsequent statements in memory fades, so we get our facts slightly wrong.
Yes.
Now, on this statement, at paragraph 5, we have now discounted any customs member by the name of Mtutuko Kuzwayo or otherwise. You say there was Sergeant W. Mkize and P. Govender from ORS Durban Harbour. You
Yes.
see that?
Yes.
Who are those?
It's the same members that assisted with regards to conveying those exhibits, those border police members.
How did they get to be on the scene?
They were there conducting their duties at CHC depot.
Their own duties.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
how do they become part of your operation?
Upon my request, Commissioner,
For?
for assistance with regards to conveying exhibits from the depot to the police station.
Also, these are the ORS members who were working at the Durban Harbour, and you personally requested them to assist you with transportation.
That's correct.
They were not part of the breaking of the seal and all that.
No, not. As I said, Commissioner, it's upon reading their statements, preparing for here, that I realized they were not part of that.
But if you go to your statement of the 9th of November, you still maintain there were ORS members at the scene during this operation. Which ones are they? If
Yes.
it's not these two who you happen to call as they pass to help you with transportation, which ORS members
It's
are
the
they?
same two, Commissioner.
Oh, so you hadn't realized this error by the time you deposed to your second statement?
Yes, that's correct.
So you maintain that error?
Yes,
And you
it's
call
an
them
error.
ORS members at the scene?
I did call them, and to set the record straight, when preparing for the commission, when I looked through the inquiry, I was the one that obtained both statements from Mkize and Govender. And it's only when I obtained that I did realize nowhere did they speak about them observing us break the lock. And that's why today I can sit here and say it with confidence, but somehow when we did this operation, it was in my mind that ORS was there and they witnessed it, hence I put it there. But it was not with any intention to mislead anybody, Commissioner.
Okay, let's go to their statements and see what they say. That will be CJC 261 and CJC 262, starting at page 777. 777.
Okay.
That is the first statement. Are you there yet, Colonel?
Not yet, Commissioner, please bear with me.
Yes, no. You'll get assistance.
261, 262, CJC 261.
CJC.
Oh, maybe it's here, eh? Okay,
26.
one, okay.
Okay.
Got it, Commissioner.
Now, the first statement, CJC 261,
Yes,
is by Kubendren Govender.
yes, that's
Is that
correct.
correct? And the next one is by Wanda Kolani, but the surname is at the bottom, and that's Mukize. These are the two ORS members you say were present during the operation.
That's correct.
Okay.
Commissioner.
Let's look at Sergeant Govender at 777. He gives his details and the like. Now let's go to paragraph 3. At paragraph 3, and I'll read this in the record, I quote, during the course of our duties, we approached, if I may start at paragraph 2. The last two sentences. We, and by we he references himself and Sergeant Mkhize. You see that? At paragraph 2, he mentions that my crew was Sergeant Mkhize on this particular day of the 22nd day of June.
Yes, correct.
Okay, then he continues still at paragraph 2. We were posted from our office to do inspection on certain listed containers at CHC depot. In prospecting, do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
This is our daily routine at the same depot and other depot places. The next paragraph he states, during the course of our duties, we were approached by the male person identified himself as Colonel Jacob from DPCI Durban. He informed us that they recovered drugs from one of the containers at the same container depot we were busy at. He further requested us to assist them transporting the exhibits with our state vehicle, and we agreed to assist them. So, according to Sergeant Govender, they were not even present because they were informed that you had discovered the drugs.
Yes,
So both your statements are wrong to say that they are the two ORS members you say were present during the breaking of the seal.
Yes, I concede.
Okay. And they say that you actually approached them while they were executing their normal duties to ask them simply to request, to assist you in transporting the exhibits. That's all that's the only role they played.
Yes, that's the role they played in terms of conveying exhibits, Commissioner.
Now, at the last paragraph of that same statement, Sergeant Govender states, the container they recovered the drugs from was not part of the containers we were to inspect, and we were not part of their operation.
Yes, Commissioner. I've alluded to their role. If he deems that not to be part of the operation, I can't disagree with him.
You made them part of the operation as ORS members consistently in your statements, and that is wrong. And you knew that is not correct because this is what you requested of them to do. They were busy with their own business on the day. Literally, you saw them pass and you said, hey, can you bring I need transport. That's all you ever did. He specifically says, we were not part of their operation. How could you make a mistake and say that they were part of your operation?
Yes, Commissioner, if I may go to the statement that we did obtain and file in the inquiry, would that help shed some light? It's a different statement to this one that you've got on CJC 261.
Okay, we'll try and locate it. But you see, if CJC 261 at the top is written, Durban's SOCI inquiry case number 28/06/2021. That's your inquiry file.
Yes, that's correct.
So which other statement are
I'm
you?
going to look for it now, Commissioner.
Try and describe it, and we'll see if we can help locate.
While he's busy with that, I see that on the same page, 777, paragraph 2,
Yes.
he says, Advocate Silo, the statement referred to in paragraph 2 on page 770.
Yes. Oh, yes. Where it says I would like to further my statement I submitted. There is a first statement. We'd have to go into the inquiry file for that, right?
Or is it the same statement he's referring to?
It has got to be the same statement, but it's in the same inquiry file.
Okay, thank you.
So there seemingly was a statement by this Sergeant Govender. This is his second statement, but both in the inquiry. Are you suggesting that the first statement would be inconsistent with what is set out in this second statement? This is a more extensive statement.
just want to look at the content quickly. I've got both here. Please bear with me.
No, no,
Commissioner.
no. Have you managed to locate the first?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Yes. I've got this first statement. It's filed as A20 in the original.
The
report.
A20, that's fine.
Yes.
We'll locate it.
Should I read it, Commissioner?
Please.
Okay, it's the statement of Sergeant Govender. He goes with his parcel and his rank and all of that. Then paragraph 2, on the 22nd of June 2021, I reported for duty in full regulation uniform at 7:15 and was in the company of Sergeant Mkhize. I was posted as a driver of Mark State motor vehicle, Hyundai, and he goes on to give the vehicle details, conducting container inspections at the CHC and ICS depots. Whilst busy with container inspections at the CHC depot at 14th Avenue, the East Prospective, I was approached by 2 other police officials dressed in civilian attire. They identified themselves as Lieutenant Colonel Jacob from DPCI and another Captain Duma from Crime Intelligence. They had inspected container number, and we go on with the container number, and had identified some black canvas bags that allegedly had cocaine in them. Sergeant Mkhize and I were requested to assist with loading these bags into our vehicle and conveying them to Springo SAP. Sergeant Mkhize and I, together with other DPCI members, transferred these black bags from the container into the H1 Mark State vehicle that I was driving. I counted 27 such bags. We were escorted by Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and his team to Isipingo SAP, where we assisted in offloading the black bags. The DPCI members were busy counting the yellow and black bricks of suspected cocaine when we left the scene. From my observations, each bag contained approximately 20 such bricks. We then left the scene and proceeded with our normal duties.
So is that statement you just read inconsistent with the one we have here? It's still about
Yeah, more
being
or less the
approached by
same
you
content.
to request
Yes.
with providing transport.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
Just
So-
for our record, it's on 627.
On 627?
Yes.
So we can accept these were not the ORS members part of your operation, whether on the version of this first statement or this one. They were not.
Their role was limited, if I may put it that way, Commissioner.
They had no role until you requested them to provide
Yes,
transport.
yes, they were not part of it.
Okay.
I can concede, Commissioner.
And if you go at 262, page 779, that is then the statement in the same inquiry of Sergeant Wanda Kolani Mkhize. It's worded in more or less the same terms.
Yes.
Please cast your eye and satisfy yourself. He confirms, it's literally written the same way, except he states that he was a crew of a marked vehicle, given the details, driven by Sergeant Govender.
Yes.
Then he states as so then the commissioners can accept we're at a point where we know in this operation there were no customs officials. You never contacted any and there were none at the scene.
May I comment to that?
Say that again?
May I comment? May I make a comment?
Absolutely, please do.
Okay. There's no obligation on the police to include customs on any operation, or more especially, not more especially, on a drug operation. There's no obligation on the police to call customs out. Our mandate is to deal with transnational drug trafficking, drug consignments coming through harbors, national key points. So there's no obligation on us to call customs out.
And just for the record, I'm not imposing any obligation. I'm just clarifying as to who was at the scene.
Yes, customs was not
Okay.
there.
We will get to the obligation. As we understand it, when these containers are at the depot, they haven't cleared customs. Do you have a different understanding?
No, I don't.
You know
But
that.
in fact, I'm not 100% clear on that, to be honest, but you may proceed, Commissioner.
So if the evidence as we have it is correct that they haven't cleared customs, they would still be within customs jurisdiction, logically.
Yes, I would think so.
So do you want to maintain that there would be no obligation to inform them that you are on their territory and carrying out an operation?
I still maintain that we had no obligation. We're not looking at customs offences.
No, on the basis that you are within their area of responsibility and you are carrying out an operation. You say you have no obligation even to give them a courtesy call.
There's no obligation, Commissioner.
Is that how you treat every corner of South Africa?
No,
So
Commissioner, you know, if I may comment on that as well, it's not the norm. With the operations that, although I may not have been the investigating officer, but on the numerous operations that I've attended, lots of them, I would say 60% or even 70%, don't have customs official present.
Can we just check with respect to these, not the other percentages? This particular operation.
Yes.
We know from evidence, and you have also said that from the docket, you did see a detention notice
Yes.
on the C section or something. So we are dealing with a container which is under the control of customs, as in customs has given a detention notice. And I want to understand how it is that they have stopped a container for inspection. We know it was bone meal in there, and we know that it needed to be checked for that reason by a vet if there are no other reasons at all. And you go there, you're saying you open a container that is being kept or detained on the instruction of SARS or customs, and they have no interest in you open that container and what you do. Is that what you're saying?
Commissioner, I think I need to point out that we only became aware of customs' interest in this container after this operation. Remember, the customs detention notice is dated the 23rd of June, 2021. We conducted the operation on the 22nd of June, 2021. Had somebody informed me, whether it be the warehouse or anybody informed me that customs had a detention notice or intended to detain these containers, then we would have gladly invited them on board.
Can I just amend my question?
Yes.
It is not under detention, but it is still under control of customs. It hasn't cleared customs. I think that's a conversation you've had right now, and you accept that it hadn't cleared customs. It's sitting in the depot. If it hasn't cleared customs, which it must still do, are you saying customs will let you walk in, open it, do whatever you want to do, remove what you want to remove, and you walk on, and then they will happily later on do whatever they normally do in clearing that container without knowing or any sight at all of what you came on and did on that container? Is that how you say it works?
Commissioner, my understanding is, as much as we can say, it's not a must that customs need to check every container that has bone meal in it. It's not their duty to do that, to check every container that has bone meal in it. The detention notice, in my understanding, had very little or nothing to do with the actual commodity. The person whose duty it is to view that commodity or make sure it meets the required standards is the State Vet, Department of Agriculture. So customs, in my opinion, or in my understanding, once it had left the harbor, it went to a depot. The next step in that whole process was, I think the State Vet would have come through and inspected to make sure all is in order. However, to me, it was going to be transported. The next step was it was going to reach its consignee. I'm not aware of customs checking every consignment of bone meal just by virtue of it being.
Well, the evidence that we have received, if I understood it correctly, it is that because it is bone meal, it necessarily falls in the category of things that must be checked. They cannot come into the country without checking.
Yes.
So I'm asking you the question, and our understanding was it is customs that flags it for it to be parked so that it can be checked for that purpose. And really the essence of my question is, someone else, another agency has an interest in this, and you know it's bone meal. You do. So another agency has an interest in it. Are you saying you the manner in which things operate, as it's such that you can come in, open it up, do whatever you do in the absence of that other party, agency, that other state agency which has an interest in the container, and then you move on, and in their good time they'll come and do their whatever they do with it without any insight into what you did. And then later on, as we know it happened here, you are the one that comes back to release it, to say to the clearing agent, this can go. I'm just trying to make sense of that way of operating.
Yes. Okay, I hear you, Commissioner, and I hope I'm not laboring on the wrong point, excuse me. But what I'm trying to get at is, we were only aware of this customs detention notice after our search. The detention notice, when I looked through the inquiry, is dated the 23rd of June. So at the time of us conducting this search or inspection of the container, at that stage, none of us knew that customs had an interest in this container.
I also understood that ORS would know, because the communication, as this consignment is coming, the communication would eventually land at ORS, and ORS will inform whoever it informs. That's how I've understood that. So through ORS, there would have been communication on the system that this consignment is coming, and this is flagged for reason A, B, C, D. Is that not your understanding of how it works?
That's difficult for me to answer, Commissioner, but I would say that in not all cases that we've encountered, customs and SAPS on the same page. To give you an example practically, it sometimes happens that it clashes, like SAPS is interested in a certain container, and then you learn that customs is also now interested, and it's only at the 11th hour when both parties are now interested to go inspect it. So I don't want to mislead the Commission, but I'm saying I don't think there's any system in place, or if there was, Border Police did not tell us, the warehouse manager did not tell us, so I'm saying to the
Well,
Commission,
Border Police couldn't tell you because you didn't speak to them. You didn't involve them at all. So they couldn't have told you.
Border Police is Sergeant Mkize, and
No, Sergeant Mkize is your lift.
Yes.
He plays no other role than to give you transport, because suddenly you find you have 27 bags to transport. Let's not make his role any bigger than that. He tells us in his statement.
yes.
Yes.
Commissioner,
So he couldn't have said to you that, no, you know what, this container has been flagged for inspection by ORS. He couldn't have told you that.
Yes. Commissioner, if I may, if I look at the Governor's statement, it's page 777, right?
It says only that you asked them to assist with taking these things out of the container and then transporting them. Mkize says exactly the same thing.
Okay, Commissioner, if I may draw your attention to the last sentence on page 777.
Yes.
He says the container they recovered the drugs from was not part of the containers we were to inspect, and we were not part of the operation.
Yes.
So in the same breath, he says it's not the part of the containers he was to inspect.
Yes.
So I'm just drawing an inference. I may be misquoting him, but my thinking is that if he knew that either Border Police was interested in this container or whichever other law enforcement agency, he would have mentioned something even to us.
No, that logic is faulty. I'm engaging you on the basis of you saying ORS, Border Patrol did not inform us, and I say, but you did not speak to Border Police. These are police on the ground. So when you say Border Police did not inform us that this container has been flagged, you're not talking about the patrol people who are going to be inspecting specified containers. You must be talking about someone in an office who is responsible to tell you this is what's happening on the ground. There is that container that we have flagged for inspection.
None of that was brought to our attention, Commissioner.
Because you did not speak to the right to the right people in ORS. Simple. You didn't call the commander, the border commander. I think, in fact, this in this ORS process, we have learned that the intelligence gets the information, intelligence speaks to the ORS commander, informs them, and then you guys go on to operationalize what is happening. So when you say ORS did not inform us, I'm picking a problem with you that you want to equate Mkhize and Governor as, well, we did speak to ORS, they didn't tell us anything.
No,
when in fact
that.
all they were was transport.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, at the end, where we land is the only people who were present in this operation were the DPCI members led by yourself and Captain Duma from Crime Intelligence. Would I be?
And warehouse staff.
And warehouse staff, absolutely.
Yes, that's
and that
correct.
is Ms. Pillay.
Not only Ms. Pillay, some other warehouse staff as well.
That the manager was Ms. Pillay.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, in your experience, you have done drug busts before, particularly at the port, and I take it that the port is a point of entry of goods for commerce.
Yes.
You accept that?
Yes.
At which point, must you engage the owner of the container? Because the container is carrying, I will take it, valuable commercial commodity. In your experience, is it necessary to tell the owner that we are about to break your seal? Or you break the seal and you tell them afterwards?
No, by experience, you need to inform either the clearing agent or the consignee, but basically the person who's responsible for that container needs to be aware that it is going to be such.
And who was that person in this instance?
In
Do
this
you recall the clearing agent or the consignee?
At that point in time, the clearing agent was the custodian of that said container, and I took Captain Duma, and when we did arrive there, she was familiar with what we expected of her. So in my mind, Commissioners, it was a consensual or voluntary search that was agreed upon.
So you didn't consider yourself, you're about to break a seal
Yes.
of a private cargo. You did not consider yourself duty-bound to at least satisfy yourself that you had the requisite authorization from the owner of the container?
No, I didn't go to that
Why
extent.
not?
I took it for granted that the warehouse manager was around assisting us, aware of what was happening, and Captain Duma further indicated that he had spoken to the transporter and the clearing agent. So to me, all parties that had an interest or were possible custodians of this container were aware and had given consent to such.
And what if Captain Duma was misleading you deliberately because he knew that you will take responsibility for breaking that seal? Did you ever consider that as a possibility? His job is to provide the intelligence. He testified here yesterday to be present when that seal is broken and the container opened and to satisfy himself whether his intelligence was correct. Beyond that, he's got absolutely no role. So you take full responsibility for that container.
Yes, I didn't go do any further or make further inquiries to ensure that his version of events was correct. I did not.
You are aware that the clearing agent said they were never informed, engaged with, and they only learned of the seal being broken, the container being broken into after the fact, on the 23rd of June.
Commissioner, it's only when watching the commission that I became aware of that, and I want to explain why. During the course of this investigation, I eventually obtained statements from the transporter, the clearing agent, the consignee, all of them. And none of them, even this from Mega Freight, the representative that came through on the 1st of July, none of them expressed any dissatisfaction with the container being open. At no stage did any one of them. In fact, they were grateful that the police had intercepted this rather than it reaching one of their companies or their company name being tarnished because it was found on their premises. So none of them voiced any displeasure at our search.
I'm not interested in particular in whether or not they voiced their displeasure. I'm interested in whether you knew who the authorized person for that container was. And your investigation diary would seem to suggest you knew. You knew it was Mr. Flowerday of Megafreight. You reflect that.
Yes.
On the 1st of July 2021, if we go to CHC 268 at page 803, the entry there at the bottom is dated 0107, and it's actually countersigned by you on the overleaf at page 804.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
And your inquiry file
Yes,
shows that you obtained a statement from Mr. Flowerday of Megafreight.
that's correct.
And in that statement, he states that he was not informed. So you can't have learned from this commission.
No, sorry, Commissioner, maybe I missed it. In the inquiry file, let me have a look at what it's filed.
I'll give you a reference for
Okay.
Mr. Flowerday's statement. If you go to CJC 244.25, that will be page 654.
Is that-
And it's a handwritten statement, 654. That at 656 is dated 27 October 2025. That's his second statement.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes, I've got it.
That is the 2025 statement, but if you go back
Yes.
to 595, you will find his first statement.
Application, we sat until late yesterday. Bear with us
Okay.
when you move.
Commissioner, if it's any consolation to you, I sat with you till late yesterday. I apologize. The point I'm making is there are two statements.
Yes,
The one statement is the one at 654, that is a 2025 statement.
yes.
But if you look at that statement, it says at paragraph 3, I would like to further my statement I submitted on previous occasion. That's at 654.
Yes.
So then we have to go find the first statement. And I'm saying the first statement is at page 595.
Yes,
You have located that.
I've got it, Commissioner.
And this is undated, unfortunately. No, it's dated May 2022 at 14:45.
Okay.
You see that?
595, Commissioner.
595.
Yes.
Overleaf at 596, that's where you find the date.
Okay, yes,
Okay.
yeah, see.
Now, you were aware of Mr. Flowerday of Megafreight by the existence of that human being by the 1st of July 2021.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
What did he tell you about this operation and the breaking of that seal?
He never voiced any dissatisfaction. He came through with laborers to unpack the rest of the containers, so at no stage was I aware of his displeasure at our inspection.
Why do you insist on displeasure? I mean,
okay,
you call them, I think earlier you called them role players. Is he not an important role player? You just said that's one of the entities you must obtain permission from. I would have assumed that
Yes.
when you conduct your inquiry, you at least would satisfy yourself that there's been compliance in that regard, because you tell us that thus far you have just simply relied on what Captain Duma told you.
Yes, I did rely on that, Commissioner.
Yeah, now, by 1st of July, you
Yes.
know the responsible person from Megafreight.
Yes.
Why did you not obtain a statement from him?
I'm going to just check quickly, Commissioner, if I did eventually. I'm sure I did obtain here's it, I think so. I'm sure I did obtain a statement from Megafreight.
Okay, are you in the inquiry file?
I'm looking at my inquiry file.
Yeah,
Commissioner.
yeah.
Yes.
You can give
Yeah.
us the statement number, I'll try and take it down.
Sure, it's here. No, I see, there's a whole lot of liaison between myself and Mega Freight. I see, there's a whole lot of liaison. I say, one of my entries, she indicated that it would be finalized, meaning the statement, and couriered to our office by 21st of the 12th. Prior to that, I said, made numerous calls to her, the person from Mega Freight, agreed that the affidavit would be finalized by 1500. There's a whole lot of diary entries, but I don't seem to have got a final statement there. I didn't get it.
Okay, we'll try and see if there was a statement then before this one that we have. But what we have at 595 at the last paragraph,
Yes,
that is Mr. Flowerday's statement.
yes.
It reads, in this matter, I was not informed of the container inspection on the 22nd of June 2021, the day the drugs was seized as CHC container depot. I only received the instruction to attend inspection on 23rd day of June 2021. That was not your instruction. You didn't have an inspection on the 23rd, did you?
No. Not on the 23rd, Commissioner.
So the operation of the 22nd, he was not involved or informed of it.
Yes, I see that.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that a concern?
Yes, it is a concern. I was of the impression that all the entities were informed accordingly.
Can I just ask,
Yes,
why should the clearing and forwarding agent be informed that you are going to be opening their container?
They are the custodians or the ones that basically take responsibility on behalf of the consignee from the time it had left the country of origin. So it's only proper that they are made aware and either give consent. We've had lots of cases because the clearing agent is not based anywhere close to Durban. You would get them sometimes giving you authority to just search or other times sending a representative. So in this case, I didn't do my due diligence, Commissioner.
You didn't do what you should have done, which was you as the person in charge should have satisfied yourself
Yes, I should.
that the clearing agent has agreed to this.
Yes, Commissioner.
And I think, thank you, Commissioner Baloy. The answer to that question, actually, Mr. Flowerday gives us still at page 595.
Yes.
And it's consistent with what you say. We are at paragraph 3, that big paragraph that starts with my duties will also, you see where I'm reading?
Yes, I can
Okay,
see.
now if you go to the bottom, third line from the bottom of that paragraph, it says, under no circumstances the officials will break the container seal without me being present, as I will be representing the client who's the owner of the shipment in the container. The official will either call for unpacking of the container or grant tailboard exam without unpacking, whatever that may be. But the key thing here is under no circumstances must it be opened in his absence.
Yes, I see that, Commissioner.
If you go to the next paragraph, midway, that would be the third sentence of that paragraph, says after then it is opened and inspected, the container will be resealed with a new seal. I, Flowerday, will then prepare the inspection report and invoice the clearing agent. So it would seem that besides being the owner, there is an inspection report that must be completed. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Do you have a challenge with that suggestion that there is a requirement for a clearing report, an inspection report rather?
Yes, I was not aware that it's something that was required, Commissioner.
Do you as the DPCI have a requirement that an inspection report be compiled?
No, that's not one of our criteria. Oh, that's not something that's adhered to at all times.
At all times?
Yes.
So you adhere to it sometimes?
It's in cases where the the clearing agent has a representative to send over. There are other times where they just grant you permission as long as the warehouse supervisor is present.
No, my question is slightly different. I think I'm interested in the notion of an inspection report. You as the DPCI, when you go opening containers at the harbor,
Yes.
do you have a requirement to have an inspection report compiled? I would like to believe that the purpose of that document is to at least explain your conduct.
Yes.
Is there no such requirement for DPCI members?
I have not come across it, Commissioner. I have not.
You're not, is there a requirement, isn't there?
It looks like that when I read this, but I haven't come across it. I don't know what it even looks like, this inspection report.
Are you aware that the ORS at the harbor has that requirement? And in this regard, I would like to refer you to CJC 246. And that's an earlier, it's the nearest one, but it's the earlier SOP. But I believe you did say that you have some experience in searching containers at the harbor.
Yes.
So
What's your first one?
if you go to paragraph 7.2 of CJC, did I say 246?
Yeah.
249.
That's this one.
In fact, I'm going to correct that. I know what Commissioner Khumalo was talking about now, about a long day. It's the ORS SOP. That will be CJC 255. 255.
Is this it? Let's put it.
At page 686, correct. And I'm interested in particular in that ORS at paragraph 7.2 at 692.
Space now.
You see that?
Yes, I can.
And that ORS tells me of the formality associated with inspection of these containers, at least insofar as ORS Durban Harbour is concerned. If you look at paragraph 7.2, and I'll just extract a few points here, at bullet point 2. So the depot inspection team will receive the police stop inspections, right? And then overleaf, it says, first bullet point at the top, the inspection report is dispatched from the admin profilers once the container has been booked for inspection at the licensed depot. You see that?
Sorry, Commissioner, I lost you there. We're looking at page?
We started at page 690,
Okay.
and I've turned over leaf at 691.
Yes.
The very first bullet point at the top,
Yes, I see it now.
all right? And then that's the one that says an inspection report is dispatched. It then lists what must be contained in the inspection report,
Yes.
the information. And you are saying to me that DPCI doesn't have that formality.
I've not seen this before, but I see there is an onus on us to complete something of this nature.
And then I'm reading from the ORS Durban Harbour SOP. I want to know whether DPCI has got similar formal processes, or do you just ride roughshod?
I've never seen this inspection report. I would think it may be unique to border police, but I'm not 100% certain.
I'm asking about DPCI.
No,
I tell
haven't
you this
seen
is
it.
border police.
Yes.
This is ORS Durban Harbour. And I'm reading the SOP. All I'm trying to determine is, do you have anything similar? Are you this formalized?
No,
Or
we
do you
don't.
just ride roughshod over these
No, we don't have this type. But if I may add, if I look at all of this that's required on this inspection report,
Yes.
we do have all of this on hand.
What do you have?
In the inquiry, there's an inquiry number, there's a member in charge of the inquiry, there's a container number, there would be a size of the container, what was the container stopped for, narcotics, the risk factor, the commodity declared, and the place of examination.
And where is that information captured? All that information?
I'm saying it wasn't captured at that
No,
stage.
you say you have it.
Yeah.
Where does DPCI capture all this information?
It
At
would be-
ORS in Durban Harbour, they capture it in an inspection report. Where do you capture it?
Our inquiry would carry all of this information.
Doesn't answer my question, Colonel. Where do you capture, in what
We
document? If I
don't
were
have
to
a-
talk, my apologies,
Yeah.
if I were to talk to say Brigadier Newton at the Durban Harbour, if it is an ORS-led or inspection, I would ask for the inspection report. But if it is a DPCI-led operation, and I speak to your final boss, what do I ask for? To obtain that very information that you say you have
Yes.
already. What's the document I ask for? Is there one to ask for in the first place?
No, there's no document.
There isn't.
Yes,
So it's information that is there, but it's scattered all over.
that's correct.
Okay.
Can I just follow up on this? So, except for the investigation diary, and assuming for purposes of what I'm putting to you now, that it is an accurate, it contains an accurate contemporaneous notes or reflection
Yes.
of what happened on the dates that are claimed to have recorded this. Except for that, it seems to me about this operation in particular,
Yeah.
that there is in fact no other record of what happened at the scene. And the scene being where you found these drugs.
Aside from the affidavits of various
Yeah, the
individuals
affidavits are much later.
Yeah.
You see, we're having a discussion here, you're having a discussion with the evidence leader about an inspection report. And in 7.2, it is clear in 7.2 that this is a document, or this information is completed during the inspection, right? It tells you inspection is to be conducted within these hours, and then you must then record all of these things. That's at least how I read it. And I'm asking you that in this particular operation, all we have is that investigation diary. We have nothing that is the equivalent of this kind of inspection report.
You are correct. Commissioner.
I am correct. Thank you.
Advocate Silo, can I just follow up? Colonel, this document, the SOP, Standard Operating Procedures, you say you've never seen this before.
I've never.
And this one, we can accept that it belongs to ORS, Operational Response Services. Does the PCI have a similar document that sets out what you must do when you go to a drug bust at a port or a similar facility?
Okay. That's a good question, Commissioner. In fact, there's nothing in place in terms of a memorandum of understanding between ourselves, border police, customs. So we did sit around the table, I would think, maybe 1 year ago. We've had some deliberations with senior officials from customs, the brigadier that's in charge of the harbor as well. We're in the process of drafting something, so there was nothing formalized to basically dictate how do we work, how do we approach these sort of interdictions at the harbor or at depots.
So are you saying to us, you do as you please? If you hear that there are drugs at a port or at a depot rather, you just go there and you do as you please and you exercise your discretion?
I think that maybe, I don't want to put it too loosely, like there's no order in the way we work.
Obviously within the confines
Yes.
of policing.
Yes, there isn't really any memorandum of understanding or any standard operating procedure or any document that would guide us exactly who goes there first, who do you call out next. For now, it's verbal agreements. We got understandings with the border police, but there isn't any formalized document that talks to how do we jointly approach these type of
But
cases.
did you not consider yourself duty-bound, seeing that you had never led an operation of this nature? You said to Chair earlier that you had participated, but you had never yourself led an operation of this nature. Did you not consider yourself duty-bound to communicate with the relevant stakeholders so that you know what to do when you get there, who to contact, and what not to do?
I should have done that, Commissioner. I did not. I took it for granted. I've been watching my members do it all along. I went there and I just did the
Because
same.
it goes back to that perception you mentioned in your affidavit that the way things were done in this operation leads one to believe that this was all deliberate. This was all part of a plan to seize those drugs, not book them in a police station, book them in a place where they are susceptible to theft and break-ins, and they have disappeared, as we know,
Yes.
because no proper procedures were followed. Are you even bound by the national instruction applicable to drug seizures
No.
as DPCI?
Yes, definitely. The national instructions apply to the police holistically.
Now, sitting here today, focusing only on what you have covered with Advocate Sillo, up to the point where you take the drugs out of the containers.
Yes.
Sitting here today, can you say to us that you complied fully with that national instruction?
Honestly, no, Commissioner.
No.
I haven't complied fully.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. If we could just then complete this little exercise, and it really is for my benefit to understand how things are done at the DPCI. And as Commissioner Khumalo points out, it starts at the harbor when you open that container. And it stretches all the way to the weekend of the 6th to the 8th of November, when there is a break-in at Port Shepstone offices to steal. And we are looking at what happened at which step. And that is the purpose of this exercise.
Yes, Commissioner.
And as Commissioner Khumalo points out, to determine whether or not that eventual theft was purely coincidental or was it set up from the beginning, the answer will depend on the answer to that particular question will depend on the information you provide to the commissioners to make that call.
I understand.
So they would appreciate your assistance.
Yes,
Okay.
Commissioner.
So then staying at page 691, just then we have dealt with the first bullet point in the listing, duties of the inspection team upon inspection of profiled containers at licensed depots, right? And I'll say, to your fairness, there is a notion in the SOP as to what is a profile container. It goes through a process, it's profiled, identified, and then it's selected for inspection. So that is the official process. But I'm sure you'll agree with me that this particular container, through the intelligence of Captain Duma, was quote-unquote profiled. It was one of 10 containers being brought on that vessel, the Ludo.
Yes.
You are aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware.
And it is the only container that you were directed to search.
Yes, that's correct.
Would you accept then, therefore, it was ICE, and I put that in quotation marks, it was profiled?
I would think to some degree, yes, Commissioner.
So then here in terms of ORS, what would be proper procedure, appropriate procedure for dealing with a profiled container? If you go to the 5th bullet point, at ORS they say, amongst other things, the type of inspection conducted must be endorsed in the inspection report. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, I can see,
And in
Commissioner.
parentheses, full unpack, comma, tunnel or tailboard inspection. Do you know what those are? Are you familiar with the terms?
Yes, I have a vague idea. A tunnel examination, full unpack of the tailboard. I have an idea.
Okay.
Yes.
The bullet points following actually do it for us. I ask because I'm wholly unfamiliar. A full unpack is when all goods in the container is unpacked and placed within the depot facility for easy accessibility and proper inspection of the goods by the inspection teams. Then it adds, and to also allow the capacity of K9 unit to search the container for possible detection of narcotics. Second subpoint, a tunnel examination is when either the right, left side of the container is unpacked in order for easy accessibility and proper inspection of the goods by the inspection teams, and to also allow the capacity of the K9 unit to search the container for possible detection of narcotics. they inform us. Is it correct, would it be correct to conclude that you did, according to this definition, a tailboard inspection of that container?
Yes, it would seem like it wasn't a tunnel inspection, so it was a tailboard.
Sorry, I missed that?
It was not a tunnel inspection or a tunnel examination.
Yes.
It was this tailboard inspection.
Tailboard.
Yes.
And
What is a tailboard inspection?
You say
Can
yes, a full unpacked tunnel. It's one side of it where you open, that's my understanding, I could be mistaken, but we just opened the doors and then we saw what was lying on top. We took it out and then we just merely inspected it at that stage. We didn't do a full unpack. I could be wrong, but that's my layman's understanding of it.
I understood so as well. There is some document we read earlier, and we read that word. I thought that was the understanding. When it's packed at the opening of the container, upon opening the container is the first thing you see.
Yes.
But I'll cross-check that overnight just to confirm. So on that definition, you conducted a tailboard inspection.
Yes,
Correct.
yes, Commissioner, yes.
How did you know at the time that there was nothing beyond what you could see, those bags? Why did you decide that it doesn't require a full unpack or a tunnel as described here?
Okay, just by virtue of my observations, Commissioner.
So what exactly did you observe?
Okay, when we did unpack those 27 canvas bags, you could see these bags of 50 kilo bags of animal feed, and it's got a peculiar smell. It's got a peculiar texture, color, all of that, and you got a little bit of this residue coming out of the bags as well. So that's what I noticed. These bags you could clearly see there were some product. It's got that food kind of smell to it, like dog food sort of. So it was merely by visual observation and looking through and seeing there's no anomalies in the rows that were packed, there's no height differences. It was not a thorough inspection, but we did come back to further inspect it on the 1st of July.
Why? Why did you go back on the 1st of July?
For the purpose of being thorough, to make sure that nothing further was there, also to release this container to the intended consignee.
What I don't understand is why did you not find the need on the 22nd of June to be that thorough? Why did you have this brainwave a week later?
Okay. Commissioner, if you look at it, it was 5,395 50-kilogram bags.
But that you discover only after you unpacked.
No, we had the packing list, Commissioner, so we were aware.
Sorry if I may say, but you didn't know that on the 22nd of June, did you?
We had the packing list, we
Still?
did know it, yes,
Okay.
yes, Commissioner.
So you were already aware of the number of bags, you just decided you are not doing that unpacking today, you're going to take what you found when you opened the container, seal the container, and you're off, you'll come back on another day. Was that like the approach you adopted for the day?
Yes, but may I clarify?
Okay, absolutely.
Okay. The moving of such a volume of bags, despite what other witnesses may have said here, no warehouse is going to just let you utilize their staff for how many hours when it doesn't benefit them really. So the onus is up to, like, I'll give you an example. When it comes to counterfeit goods, you get the brand attorneys, the brand agents that come through with laborers that they employ for this specific purpose. So it's not light work to move 5,000 somewhat 50-kilogram bags. So if we had done it then, the majority of our labor and our time would have gone, would have been wasted, not wasted, but would have been offloading bags for hours and hours instead of focusing on the narcotics that we've just seized. I was satisfied. My members also did look in there. We sealed the container. So in my mind, we had, and generally rip-on, rip-off works like that, Commissioner. In my experience, what you see in the front of the container, 10 out of 10 times it was what was in the container. So yes, I did not do a proper, thorough unpack or inspection of the rest of the container. I didn't do it at that stage.
You've just said something that I find quite startling. You say that no warehouse is going to allow you to, I'll paraphrase, search in the manner in which you want to, if it is not to their benefit. Is that last part that I want to focus on, and there I'm not paraphrasing, those are your words.
Yes.
If it is not to their benefit.
Okay, maybe my choice of word, Chair, was not correct. My point was...
And I say that's startling because I cannot see how crime detection could or is to depend on the benefit of the warehouse.
My apologies, Chair. It's not benefit. The point I was trying to make is that the depots are not forthcoming with laborers if you want to do a full unpack, especially when it comes to voluminous commodities like we did have here. So you need to get your own laborers. You need to get your own manpower to unpack.
It may actually not be a mistake that you say this, because somewhere, let me just look. I hope I won't mess up your probing.
Not at all, Chair.
Ms. Sillo.
Thank you.
So what you just said now actually accords with what you say in your statement. Somewhere in your statement, I hope to find it just now. Somewhere in your statement, you say that you did not want to prejudice the depot, basically, the operations of the depot.
Yes.
So that actually ties in with what you said now about the benefit of the warehouse. This you say in paragraph 21 of your statement. Do you want to go there? There you say, I took the decision not to cordon off and close the depot. I did not want to prejudice the company by closing them down for the rest of the day, as they were not suspects in the matter. So it actually ties in with your statement about the benefit of what you call now the warehouse.
I think...
So you were actually not making a mistake when we spoke about the benefit of the warehouse.
It was just a wrong choice of...
But have you had a look at the first two sentences of paragraph 21? Please do so now.
Yes,
Your statement prepared for the commission.
Yes.
But do you see that the two are basically similar in substance?
Yes, I noticed that, sir.
So you should accept when I say to you that when you spoke about the benefit of the warehouse, you are not making a mistake. This is something that's in your head, which is why you would have it in your statement in paragraph 21. It can't be a mistake. You can't repeat the same mistake.
I didn't, that was not my intention when I said benefit.
I mean, when you prepare a written statement, you sit down, you think it through, and then you put, it's no longer pen to paper now, it's clicking keys on your iPad, laptop, or whatever. So you can't talk about a mistake in paragraph 21, can you?
Yes, no, this is not a mistake.
Yeah. Now you've just accepted that this ties in with what you said about the benefit to the warehouse. You remember you just accepted that now.
Yes.
So if it's not a mistake in paragraph 21, it can't be a mistake when you said it here. Can it be?
May I be allowed
to... The two basically say the same thing.
Yes.
So you can't say the one, which is what you just said now, is a mistake. But this one in paragraph 21 is not a mistake.
May I comment to this?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I think the point I'm trying to drive through, Chair, is that not every company has the manpower to spare or to do it efficiently enough, especially with the movement of over 5,000 50-kilogram bags. So that was just my point, that they're not too keen on doing it as well, so that's what I was trying to drive, that is why we didn't do it at that point. We know that normally for this type of unpack, you need to be prepared with your own laborers. So I did not intend that way, but I was mindful, and then in the same breath, I'll say I was mindful, especially at this stage when it came to paragraph 21, about closing this company off for the rest of the day. Yes, I was mindful of that.
I will engage you further. It's just that I do not want to disturb Ms. Silo's
No,
probing.
Chair, you may proceed, otherwise we will pick it up again tomorrow, but it's not disturbing my flow at all.
Oh, thank you. Do you accept that the optimal way to perform the search and work the crime scene was to do that at location? Do you accept that?
Yes,
That is where the container was?
I accept it, Chair.
Or at the most, to just remove it where it was, because you say there was a container this side and another container this side. Maybe to just move it even before opening it to where there would be enough space for you to do a proper cordoning off,
Yes.
correct?
You are correct, Chair.
And would you say there wasn't sufficient space for you to move the container in that manner?
Yes, Chair.
There was.
No, there wasn't.
There wasn't. So all the space that was available was the space where there were containers along each other and not any other space anywhere else within that entire precinct at the depot. Is that what you are saying?
No, I'm not saying that, Chair.
That's exactly what I'm asking you.
Yes,
So
no, there
was
wasn't.
there space for you to move the container from where there were containers on either side
Yes.
within the precinct?
I didn't fully inspect it, but I would.
No. I'm talking about space. Was there space for that?
I would think so.
So you could have moved the container?
Yes.
And
Chair.
then you would have had enough space to cordon off that area where you had moved it to,
Yes.
not so?
Yes.
Now you've accepted that the optimal thing for you to do was to do it at location, and now you've just admitted or accepted also that you could have moved it to have enough space to cordon off so that you are not obstructed by containers on either side. So you've accepted that as well. And now you've said, or rather, and you inspect, search, conduct the operation on location, not for the sake of it. You do not do that for the sake of it. There are practical considerations for that, correct?
Yes.
And for example, there should be no tampering with fingerprints and DNA before the LCRC has checked for these. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Now, here you did not call LCRC. You've said that. Paragraph 7 of your statement of the 23rd of June 2022. Your statement of 22 June 2022. Paragraph 7. Page 648 of Exhibit File 2.
648.
You say in so many ways that you did not call LCRC, correct?
Yes, yes, Chair.
Here's what you say: I did not request LCRC to attend the scene. The first sentence of paragraph 7. You see that?
Page.
Page 648. Exhibit File 2.
Yes, I see it, Chair.
So now you accept that it's important for the LCRC to check for the DNA and fingerprints on location. The reason for that, obviously, is that there should be no tampering. The LCRC, wherever possible, should be able to uplift the fingerprints and the DNA, if there is any, if there are any.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, Chair.
Now, when exhibits are handled before the LCRC has uplifted the fingerprints and DNA, there are chances, or rather, there may be chances of successfully uplifting these. That is, if the LCRC works on the exhibits before they have been handled or moved.
Yes,
Do you accept?
I do.
Now, but if it's the opposite that has happened, that is, if they have been touched, handled, and moved, or moved, the chances of that happening may be brought to naught. Is that correct?
You are correct, Chair.
Now, at the time you did this, that is choosing not to call LCRC, handling and moving these exhibits, what were you thinking about the utility of allowing LCRC to first check for fingerprints and DNA? What were you thinking about the utility of that?
Okay. Chair, it's my answer. It may not be accepted well, but in my experience, all of these cases, although, like I indicated, I may not have investigated hands-on these cases. I've inspected them. On numerous occasions, when these cases are generated, I have sight of them. Even if I give you 20 rip-off loads that we had addressed or seized, made seizures at, in not one of these cases, not one, have we ever received any feedback by way of LCRC in terms of fingerprints uplifted or DNA. And Chair, I'm going to go a little further to explain why as well. I'm not sure why they didn't give us any feedback, but as a detective, from my point of view, I'm saying you've got a very slim to none chance of objectively linking your suspect to those drugs that were found in a rip-off load. There's no way to distinguish between fingerprints or DNA, more especially in the container, fingerprints or DNA that belong to your suspects and those that belong to legitimate port officials who had loaded the legitimate commodity in the container. So I'm not sure whether that plays a role in it, but part of my decision not to call them was based on the fact that out of every single case of rip-on, rip-off that we had handled, we've received nothing by way of fingerprints or DNA.
So, Colonel Jacob says, I am taking my own decision and I am not going to allow the ordinary and ordinarily applicable process of having the LCRC to come to the scene and do their work before I handle these goods. I'm taking it upon myself as Colonel Jacob to, or rather not to heed that process. That applies. That is an applicable prescript. I, as Colonel Jacob, am not going to follow that.
Yes. Chair, that's one of those decisions that I said to you I will rule for the rest of my life. So,
you see, the problem is, it may be easy for you to say that that's a decision you'll rule for the rest of your life. The problem is we want to get behind the why. There's a big why in all of this.
yes.
One, I engaged you earlier on the available storage spaces. There as well, by the way, no, I'm talking about my notes. I've not done it yet. I'm talking about my notes on something I want to engage you on, but I will not do it now. But it was quite plain when Ms. Sildo was engaging you that you did not inquire about the capacity of the other places. Now I remember what I engaged you on were the distances. And you accepted when I engaged you that the one police station within Durban was, the furthest was 24 kilometers. Yes. The other 20, another one lesser.
Yes.
And there as well, you didn't really have an explanation as to why you did not go there. Now again, you don't really have an explanation for not following prescripts. And all you say is it's a decision that you will rule for the rest of your life. Bear in mind that in the end, the cocaine or suspected cocaine gets lost. So the question why is very important in connection with all of these steps where there are decisions that you will live to rue for the rest of your life.
Yes, Chair.
So the why is very important, and I'm not saying you stole the cocaine, but we're asking all these questions because there's that question of who stole this cocaine. Do you get what I mean?
I understand, Chair.
Do you want to comment on that?
What can I say? I think I'll leave it at that, Chair, but just to say that it may have been a sense of complacency that set in, or familiarity with, I know this is how these cases go, and that's why I made that decision that I did. However, I see there's no benefit in taking any shortcuts, and I can see how it does not look good to the Commission. These little...
Not the Commission, you.
Yes.
You.
Even for me.
Yes.
Yes. I understand, Chair. Yes, I understand.
Can I just ask something to clarify? What your evidence, in fact, is about the LCRC not being called to the scene. Is your evidence, and I ask this question because, depending on your answer, it has, the answers have different consequences. Did you make the decision on the scene not to call the LCRC? That's one possibility, and I'm trying to understand your evidence. Or it never crossed your mind at all that you should be calling them. You just went in and did what you and your people did on the scene. Which one of the two is it?
I'll say, Commissioner, I saw them as an investigative aid that at that point in time was not priority, based on the fact that we had recovered this amount of drugs. We didn't have exhibit bags to seal it in. I didn't want to send members out searching every station for exhibit bags. I saw that the police station was 4 kilometers away.
Yeah, sorry, my question is different. My question is, did you make a decision to not call the LCRC? It's yes or no. We know for a fact they were not there. And I'm asking you a question of, were they not there because you considered it and you made the decision not to call them?
At the scene, yes, I made a decision not to call them, Commissioner.
Okay, yeah. So you acted in breach of the nation. You made the decision to act in breach of the of the instruction that says you should call the LCRC.
You are correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Chair.
It may not be yes. No, please.
No, I'm quite aware of the time, and I was saying before the chair orders us to rise for the day, I just wanted to finish off this particular topic with one question.
You are aware that we have a scheduled meeting for 15:15, but...
Judging by the chair's questions, I thought that meeting was... but a very brief one.
No, yes.
Thank you. Colonel, if you go to your paragraph 35, and we have spoken about this, it's your return to the depot on the 1st of July.
What page number, Commissioner?
Your statement now?
Yeah.
Page 6, paragraph 35. It's the 1st of July, 2021. You are back at the depot with the container. Are you there? Your statement to the commission?
Yeah, looks like it. Statement.
The original statement.
Possibly this one.
Page?
Page 6 of his statement, paragraph 35.
The statement is on what page, Commissioner?
Tab 3 of the consolidated statements.
This one.
Can you read the screen?
Maybe read the screen.
My eyesight.
There is one closer to you.
Okay, yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay, and I read out some of it to you. You say, on my return from work, I took over the investigation. Bangaze made it known that he was leaving. Then, third line, on 1st July 21, I proceeded to the CHC depot with Mpangas and Sibia. I had arranged that the clearing agent, Mega Freight, send a representative to unpack the container, and we conducted a count of 50 kg bags of animal feed. They amounted to 5395 bags, which corresponded with the packing list. Why did you go back to that container? You don't state here why you went.
Okay. Commissioner, if there was deception involved on the part of the consignee, the clearing agent, in terms of maybe a shortfall in the number of bags, I'm just giving you an example. Instead of 5,395 bags, they've now had 5,200 bags, or even a lesser amount. Then it would indicate to me that maybe they had made allowance for the carting of this cocaine to South Africa. So it would have shown that the fact that their packing list does not correspond with what's on or the number of bags does not correspond with what's on the packing list, there is a possibility that they may have knowledge what's in there, because remember, eventually they're going to receive their commodity. And if there's bags short, one would expect them to complain. And no cartel wants your consignee knowing that you used his container to cart drugs in. So that would have given me the impression that it's possible that our clearing agent or our consignee had knowledge about what was in the container. But the fact that their number of bags corresponded with the shipping documentation, the packing list, to me was an indicator that there was no deception on their part.
Now, but then the consignee, it's the recipient of the goods.
That's correct.
But they don't even know because they haven't had sight of the content of that container, remember? You opened the container in their absence and you resealed it.
That's correct.
Now, you are doing what sounds like customs work. Why are you busy counting animal feed bags? You mentioned to Commissioner Baloyi earlier about the SARS detention notice. You recall that?
Yes.
And it's a list of all those 10 containers.
Yes.
Why didn't you forward that inquiry to SARS to verify for you whether every container, because inter alia that they would check, corresponds to the shipping documents? Why must you go and count 5,000 bags?
I think purely because, Commissioner, we were the ones who initially are responsible for that container by virtue of taking out the canvas bags, resealing it. We were the one that, or I was the one that took that decision. So the actual releasing of the container and ensuring that there's nothing further in that container, and to ensure that this consignee was not doing it, or declared his goods accurately on the SAD 500 and the packing list, was my duty to ensure that there was no red flags with these entities.
Okay. You did not detain that container, correct?
No, I did not.
It was never your responsibility to release it because you never detained it.
If I'm not mistaken, Commissioner, I could be wrong, but SARS were done with their detention and
I'm
inspection.
interested in your responsibility to that container. You never detained it, so I say you didn't have the responsibility to release it. By then, SARS had detained it. It then became SARS's responsibility. Why are you meddling in those issues?
I was not, or SARS did not make us aware that they were still interested in it. I did have engagements with them, Commissioner. I'm sure if they still wanted to inspect it, I would have availed the container to them, but I think their interest had waned since we had found those drugs on it.
Did you issue a release notice for this container as DPCI? I can tell you for free that it's not in the documents, in the docket or the inquiry file. Do you have a copy of that?
Yes, I can confirm. Since there was no formal detention notice on it from our side, it was a voluntary search, we did not do any formalized release document.
You know there is a release form for those containers, for this particular container, but not issued by DPCI?
Yes, that release form is after detention notice is placed on a container. Yes,
so
I did not do it.
Okay. I think it's your meeting perhaps in the time. I'm happy to stop here.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.